We got Don Sharp, we got John, and Sharon, you there?
Sure.
And Kimberly, I see you're on.
I am. Hello, everybody.
Okay, very good. We're ready to start. Let's go ahead, start the Montecito Board of Architecture review agenda for September 9th, 2021. Let's start with item 1, public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to items that are not listed on our agenda today? Do we have anybody?
I haven't received anything, Bill, nor is anybody's hands up.
Okay, very good. Then we will close public comment and we'll go on to the agenda status report. Was there something we have, Tip is not here today, and we've got Dave Mendro stepping down on 2 items.
And then item 5, sheer new single family dwelling. The project has been withdrawn.
Okay, so item 5. And do we need to make a motion to do that?
No, because it's just being it's gone.
So which items is Dave out on, please?
2, and I think it was 5. So I'm not stepping down on 5 because it's no longer on the agenda.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, David.
Sure.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me today? Sam's here.
Excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, I have voice, I have audio. Thank you guys.
Nice, very good. Okay, so is that it on the agenda status report?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to item 3, the minutes of August 26th, 2021. Let's bring those up. Does any board member have any items in there that need adjustment, correction, addition, etc.?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
Go for it.
under committee members present, I believe you attended that meeting. Is that correct?
August 26th.
The last meeting.
Oh, yes, I did.
And I also believe that Tip was with us.
Tip was not with us.
No,
Oh, was he?
yeah, no, the last meeting, he was at the last meeting.
Yep. So I think we need to add those 2 people,
Thank you.
please.
Yep.
Okay, and then on item number 3, comment number 2, I think we just need a little clarification. MBAR will not support the project unless there's significant reduction in the proposed, I'd like to add the word site, S-I-T-E, lighting. Make it very clear that it's nothing to do with the building. Item number 6, a grammatical down in the action or the non-action, no action taken. The project may return for preliminary approval on the consent calendar. I think we should add the word calendar, so it's a complete sentence.
We've never called it calendar before, John. I took out the word calendar. It's not, it's actually an agenda.
What do people think? Or
On consent or consent agenda?
Yeah.
Agenda.
I think is the way it's listed on the administrative agenda. So.
my sense is get rid of the word the or add the word calendar or agenda. Either one, I don't care, but I think this is grammatically not as good as it could be. And that's all I have.
Okay, very good. Thank you, John. Anybody else have any notes on the minutes of August 26th?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I will move for approval of the August 26th MBAR minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go on to item 4, Montecito consent agenda. John and Claire, you were present at that.
We had a very short meeting. Item C1, 745 Winding Way was on for preliminary and final, and we did ask if anybody wanted to address the board. Nobody did. And we would recommend to the full board that they grant preliminary and final as submitted.
Okay.
Got a motion, John?
That is a motion.
I will second that motion.
Seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. C1's approved.
Item C2, 646 Romero Canyon Road. Again, Claire and I reviewed it. It was on for preliminary and final. We asked if anybody wanted to address our board. Oh, did you ask if anybody wanted Bill on the last one?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay,
I see that Mr. Galush is here.
Good afternoon.
We'll open back up
Do you have a comment on that at all?
we'll open back up. Item C1. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item in the audience? No one, no raised hands.
so
Okay,
should we take the vote again then?
so we'll close public comment. Go ahead.
All those in favor?
All those in favor of item C1 as noted,
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
opposed? All right, motion carries.
Item C2, 646 Romero Canyon Road, again for preliminary final. We did ask whether or not anybody wanted to address the board, and there was no response to that. And Claire and I would like to recommend approval for that. And to that end, I will move for approval of item C2, 646 Romero Canyon Road as submitted.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Wait.
I need to ask, is there anybody in the public would like to make a comment to that item C2?
Bill, I don't see anybody here for that.
Nobody. Okay, close public comment. Go ahead. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried. Okay, on to item 5, MBAR members informational briefings. Anybody have any information to share with the class?
I will be stepping down on item 2.
Dave's stepping down item 2. All right, anything else? Okay, let's go on to item 6, staff update. Do we have any update information, Kimberly? Or
No new information, Mr. Chair.
no new information, okay. And at this point, we're still Zooming and we're going to continue until we hear otherwise. Okay, all right, well, item 5. Okay, let's go on to the main review here. Standard agenda. Item 1, 614 Hot Springs Road. This is here for concept review. There's no planner. Is the applicant online? Please introduce yourself and give us your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Sarah Bronstad with Vanguard Planning, and I'd actually like to start with the photos, if we could open that file first. Okay, we are presenting a remodel project today. It's a couple doors up from Mount Carmel in Montecito. Next slide. Here's an aerial view of the residence, very
I think that's
rectangular.
what we're seeing.
Excuse me? Okay, so here's the street view from Hot Springs, the gate and the wall vegetated. There's that drainage swale between the street and the wall. Several views. This is after you enter the property behind the gate. You can see it's 1 story. This is the motor court out in front of the residence. And this is the landscaping that's between that motor court and that wall at the front. And this is the view. If you could stay here for just a second. This is the motor court and the front elevation. You could see it's shingle style, simple flat roof. And let's see, what else can I say about it? They have ground cover in that front area. And we're looking to, as you'll see, just eliminate the high fire hazard shingle material and replacing it with some heat treated wood that's fire resistant, and update and modernize the structure. We'll get to that when we look at the plans. Next slide. These are just more views. The house is quite wide, so it's hard to get it all in one angle. This is back towards the driveway, or as you're driving in on the south elevation, just a simple garage door. And further back towards the rear backyard, just more, this is the southern elevation beyond the garage. There's some utility doors that were in that last photograph. But this is the rear elevation, which is just, the same, everything rectangular windows. The soffit is why some of those photos are hard to see with the shadow. So we're looking to essentially just, bring some new life by updating the windows and the exterior siding. These are just more site photos in the back where an ADU will go, which is not part of what we're here to review today. And this is just the neighborhood essentially along Hot Springs. It's mostly just gates that you can see. This one happens to be open. But it's, mix of styles, as you know. And there you go. So we do have our architect here today. It's not a huge scope of work, so I think I'm just going to walk you through the plans. But if you have any questions, we do have our architect available. So let's just go to the site plan, which would be the next sheet. You could see the existing on the left, proposed on the right, not dramatically different. Like I said, we're adding some habitable square footage, but it's to an area that already an existing utility closet. So the house itself isn't going to have an expanded footprint. It's really just changing the exterior materials, as I've mentioned. On the left there, where you see of where your cursor is, there's where it says infill spa. There's a little private patio that was in one of those pictures that we blazed through, but that we're essentially going to fill in that and add, divide up the space in the pool in the back and add a spa in the back instead. So we'll be updating the pool with that. And let's see what else. We're doing some removal of the existing lawn and putting in some turf. And because we're at the conceptual level, we don't have any landscape details at this point. But essentially making it more drought tolerant and using less water is the goal there. And yeah, the garage footprint would stay the same. We can move to look at the floor plan. Floor plans, we have existing above and proposed below. It's essentially just where you see those dotted lines. Those represent all the windows that are getting replaced, essentially every window. We are not adding any, we are increasing the size and shape of one and eliminating a door. But other than that, it's mostly within the same openings and the same locations. If you could keep going there. Let's see. Let's go to the elevations, which is just 2 slides down. Actually, one up. Sorry, that's actually an elevation. Oh no, that's the roof. So it's the same. It's going to be a flat roof, PVC, so you won't see it. And the next one is the elevation. So again, existing above and proposed below. Let's go back one page, please, before we get to the color board. Yeah. So again, you see the how they went, doors are being replaced. We're having like pivot doors, which is like a more modern, and we'll see what that looks like in the next slide. But essentially, you could see the proposed garage door would be, still simple, modern. The horizontal siding material would be what we propose in place of the shingles. And you could see
What is it?
on the lower left, you could see the very narrow windows that are in between the doors there. That's the window that we're increasing the size and shape of to make it more square. And then the next page, we can see the elevations. And if you could zoom in on the lower left, please. Yes. So here's that horizontal boards that are charcoal in color. And so they're dark wood, they're treated, like I said, with their heat treated. This manufacturer uses like a Japanese wood. And it would have, it's hard to with our renderings to show, but there is, some variation in color. It's, as you can see more in the photograph, there's some movement and some texture and but it's essentially, same black windows. There's that pivot door there in the middle lower section there. You give me a chance to see the modern style and the simple garage door, just steel, same dark bronze metal. Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that's about it. Like I
Okay.
said, our architects here, let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah, let's go to questions of the board members. John Watson, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Don Sharp, do you have questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Sam, any questions?
Likewise, no questions.
Let's see. Claire, questions?
No,
No questions. And Dave Mendro, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. And my question is, the windows and doors, are they aluminum frame? Are they going to be steel, or what are you doing there?
April, do you want to chime in? I
Looks
believe
like
it's
anodized there.
bronze anodized.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was the only question I had. And no landscaping, I assume.
no.
Well, they're here for conceptual. We don't do landscaping at conceptual.
Well, unless they have something to show us, I guess. Okay, all right. Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item?
Bill, I didn't receive anything and no one's hand is up. Thank you.
Okay, great. Close public comment, and we'll go to considerations of the board. John, what do you think?
Well, clearly it's a very modest project. It's a good upgrade. And my only question is whether or not Claire would let this go to the consent calendar since there's no landscaping to review. Otherwise, I think it should come back for preliminary and final at the full board. But if it's possible, it's so modest, I think we could do it on the consent calendar. But Claire has opinions about that from time to time, so. I would,
I'll go to-
there's no landscaping shown, so,
Yeah.
I could see
Right,
why she would have a comment about that.
Yeah, well,
Claire,
it's here for conceptual. I kind of think that it, like, as John addressed, and if you look at the overhead photos, which I did prior to being in the hearing, I looked at the overhead photos, and this piece of property is pretty well landscaped. If you look at those, I mean, you see it all, and they don't look like they're proposing to take any trees out. And so everything, I'm assuming, unless the applicant wants to say something differently, that everything is to remain other than what the adjustments. And so for me, looking at the overhead, if they're not making any adjustments, I think that your proposal to move this directly to preliminary final on consent, it would be exactly where I would go with this.
okay,
Just to clarify, yes, that's the intent, is to largely keep the landscape in place and to replace the rear lawn with turf and some drought tolerant plantings. But other than that, we don't have a vision beyond that.
Yeah, okay.
Great, thank you. Does anyone on the board have anything different to add than that? Nobody? Okay, I don't either. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I chime in? If you guys are coming back preliminary final, since you're changing out the door system, please do the door details completely. And any site lighting, we have been, as a board, very concerned about site lighting. Please keep it as modest as possible. And besides, that's just kind of a warning. Besides that, rock and roll from my point of view.
yeah, okay. Let's say, well, can we give it any, I guess we can say come back for preliminary and final on consent.
Yeah, that's what we say.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll do that. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on to item 2, 956 Mariposa Lane. Is the applicant online? Please introduce yourself and give us your presentation.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Brian Banks here, agent for the owners. We also have Mary Androlitis and Nathan Wood for architecture. We have Scott Menzel for landscape architecture, and we have Mike Viatoni here for any questions on the civil and grading side.
Great.
Go
So
ahead.
I will get started. This is Mary Androlitis with NMA Arts. Starting on this front page, we have an arrow that shows the location of the property. It borders, it's on the east corner of Mariposa Lilac Drive. It's approximately 2.5 acre property that slopes pretty steep from the north to the south, drops off about 85 feet roughly down to Lilac Drive. Per the calcs on the page, the existing residence is at 101%. And we are proposing an addition that increases that to 105%. If you could go to the next page is the survey, which we can kind of just view and pass by, because I'm going to move page our proposed site plan, give you an overview. So the site, there you go. So the existing property currently developed with an existing 2-story residence, which you see at the center, at the north end of the property. The original, much smaller residence was built in the mid-60s, and then there was a pretty significant remodel addition in 2002 that enlarged it, transferred the architecture that exists today as a Spanish-style white stucco red tile roof. There is an attached 4-car garage to the north of the residence, a guest house in the north corner, pool and pavilion in the northeast corner, and an existing tennis court with a small storage structure at the bottom, at the south border. The property is bordered on both Lilac and Mariposa by solid plaster privacy walls that are proposed to remain. There are 3 existing gated entries along Mariposa. The bottom 2 from the bottom one is sort of at the tennis court. There's a second midway. The bottom 2 are primarily maintenance, and the main auto entrance is at the northwest corner with the gate into the driveway and into the motor court. The project proposes to add 281 square feet to the first, which is dark hat area, and the additional square footage is achieved by infilling an existing roofed loggia and converting that to an interior dining room. So the overall mass bulk structure and the print are unchanged. Facing door and window revisions that I'll walk you through when we get to the plans and elevations. The overall goal of the project is to create a more cohesive property and restore a more natural character to the hillside. When that existing home was constructed and remodeled, the building pad created some very steep and unnatural slopes. So we're hoping to address that with planter walls in the pool area, primarily with landscaping. A big part of this project is the landscape plan. All of the existing specimen trees are to be preserved. We're proposing to remove the existing pool in that northeast corner. It's an unfortunate location at the back of us. It's not accessible from any of the living areas. It's actually off the master suite. And it's in an area that's very dark and shaded most of the day. So the new pool is being proposed on the south side, where it gets lots of sun, can take advantage of the pretty amazing views that this property is. That proposed pool is 16 feet wide by 36 feet long and incorporates a spa on the west end. The patio in that, the existing patio in that area ends pretty abruptly, which I'll point out when we look at the photos, and steeply, drops off pretty steeply. So the pool location helps to soften that artificial slope that was with the building pad. And we incorporate structures down the hillside again to soften that. Also at this of this end, there is we've indicated the boundary of the FEMA recovery mapping area. I don't know if you can kind of point that out, but it's basically, there's a little island in the center of the property that's outside of that recovery area. And another reason we wanted to locate the pool within it, yeah, roughly there. The existing tennis court at the south end of the property is currently a bright blue and green surface that we're proposing to replace with something more natural in the beige tones. And to the tennis court, we're proposing an open air sort of pergola structure to create some shade. To go to 5 to look at the photos. A series of photos are taken from Lilac Drive and Mare Lane. You can, mostly what you see is that existing plat privacy that we propose to repaint and re-landscape along the street. The last photo, number 6, is the top gate, that main auto entrance to the property. You can go to the next page of photographs. This page are views inside the walls and inside the gate at various locations around the property. This starts to give you that idea. Photo 10, which is the bottom left, and 12 bottom right, give you that steep slope where the building drops off. Next page photos again illustrate the slopes. Photo 16, which is, I think, go to the next page. There we go. Photo 16 again in the bottom left, that is the existing terrace at the proposed pool location. So again, you can see how steeply and unsafely that drops off. And then the photo just to the right of it, number 17. I think there must be a delay.
Yeah,
There we
Mary,
go.
you might try
That's-
turning off your video. I think you're coming through a little garbled. You might have some bandwidth constraints. Turning off the video should help. Yeah.
Okay. So this photo is looking west, or sorry, looking east from, no, looking west from the east property line. The arch porch, and that open air portion of the residence, that's the proposing to infill those arches with doors and windows and create an interior. If we could go back to page 4.
Mary,
So this is site sec.
yeah,
Hello?
you're kind of garbled. You're in and out. I'm not sure we're getting everything you're saying. So
Uh-oh. Can you hear me right now?
yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is cut, north property line is on the left, south property line and drive on the right. It's cut through the east end of the proposed pool. The house and the attached garage guest wing. Again, this illustrates that we're not changing the volume of the house in any way. It currently complies with the allowed maximum height, with the exception of an existing third-story tower room that I'll point out in the plans as well. But this also illustrates that pool on the slope and the stepping centers that hopefully soften not only those walls, but start to create a more natural feeling of the landscape, the topography. I think, and one other thing I'd like to point out, the project description indicates we have a maximum proposed retaining wall height of 8 feet. The maximum wall height is actually 7'6", and that's shown in this section. So we could go to page 8.
This is a good page.
We're proposing to repaint the existing home, which is currently a bright white. The color we've chosen has a light reflectance value of 4, the brightness. The darker color at the bottom, the swatch, is proposed for the existing doors and windows that are to remain, as well as the all of the land walls. So that would be the new walls at the pool and the planters, as well as existing stair and retaining walls on the property. And we're also proposing to take those existing fairly tall walls on the existing portion of the house that we're not taking, and sort of doing a split color there to hopefully tone those down a bit and hope that color walls receiving. I did share that there's a photograph that was added a little bit and go to that. The owner did have a swatch to put up. You can see the difference in the existing height. And this washes out a bit more in full sun, but it really tones it down quite a bit. And that's the darker color proposed for the windows as well. Back to page 8, please. We have a couple, some exterior light. The second image on the left shows some more decorative lanterns that are proposed in only 2 locations. The door, which is really interior to that motor court, and also there are 2 existing stone columns at the tennis court that have lanterns on top, and we'd like to do the decorative lanterns down there. They would be designed in a way that are dark sky compliant. And then the simpler ones to the left, we used in all other locations. Where there are existing lights, we would be replacing them. And then if you could scroll to the right a bit, we just have 2 images. One is the entry gate and column. Those more sconces at entry gates, which are also proposed to be stained wood. Then there is an exterior spiral stair proposed, and we are going to match the existing iron details of these Juliet balconies and awnings. So we just wanted to provide that photo to give you an image of what exists. And now, Dave, we could go to sheet 9. This will be existing first floor plan on the left and the proposed first floor plan on the right. I will walk you through the changes starting on the left. So adjacent to there exists a bedroom wing. There's 2 bedrooms downstairs and a wing stair that goes to a second floor, sort of a family room, which they called the studio. We're proposing to enlarge the what's called bedroom 2, the one that opens to the west, and then create a smaller media room that functions directly with the pool, provides access to a bathroom, and it also opens up the view to that winding stair, which is actually quite pretty and you can't see it from anywhere. We're also proposing right in that where the angle of the house changes, there's an existing exterior storage closet. We will maintain the roof structure of that and create a hood and incorporate an outdoor kitchen barbecue and tucked into that corner that also works with the pool and that entertainment area. Moving to the center portion of the house. So the main living spaces, the entry and the living room, kitchen, family, and the new dining room are sort of located centrally. We're proposing on the interior to open those rooms up more to one another, more of an open floor. The living room only has those windows at the south end, so we're widening internally between it and the family room, as well as expanding the door and window configuration on that south elevation, which I will point out when we get to those elevations. And then dining room, you can see where we're just dealing with some French doors on the east and west and some windows on the south. There's an existing terrace off the living room, which serves the room. We're eliminating some of the hardscape to create some privacy for the master bedroom in that. We're similarly opening up the floor plan of the master bath and closet. There is a minor the master that we're changing into a big bifolding that will open to a private garden, the master closet. And then just north of the master closet is that exterior spiral stair. And again, that's gaining access to a 3rd-story room that will appear on the next floor plan. And then you can also see the pool, the spa, those stepping planters, and we've kind of reoriented the stairs. Scott will review this with you when he goes through landscaping, but they start off the terrace, west side of the property and circle back down toward court. There's an existing wine cellar beneath that existing loggia, new dining room that we propose to remain. Next page, please. This is the second and 3rd floor plan, existing again on the left and proposed on the right. Starting to the left of the plan, there is that 2nd floor studio room that exists, and it has some existing exterior access from the motor court. We lost that 1 bedroom downstairs, so we're proposing to convert this to a bedroom upstairs and add a bath, a private bath, and maintain that entrance off the motor court. On the ground level, the house connects to the garage by way of an open air breezeway. At the 2nd floor, it's enclosed with a gallery that leads to 2 existing bedrooms over the garage. No changes are proposed there, with the exception, again, of that spiral stair. You can see at the bottom of the plan is that tower room, which we're calling the office. It's an existing room that's currently accessed on the interior by a non-compliant, very narrow, very steep, sort of built-in attic stair. So we're hoping to add this spiral stair to the exterior that ties into an existing balcony and deck, and then access that room through those existing in-swing French doors off the east side. Okay, next page, please. Next page is the roof plan, and there are no changes. This is existing as well as proposed. And then we'll move to the elevations on the next page. This elevation is actually southwest, exists at the top, proposed is at the bottom. And this is looking straight on at the pool and the bedroom wing beyond. So again, hopefully you can see the change by adding the pool and those terraces on that hillside and changing the color, adding a significant amount of landscaping to soften the walls and the hill. In addition to toning down the color, blends in a letter on that steep site. There are no changes with the exception of that small media room. The window changes to a pair of doors. And then to the right of it is that barbecue that I mentioned we're building into that corner. Next page. This is the south elevation looking at the end of the loggia that we're converting to the dining room. There are a couple of window changes here. I mentioned on sort of the taller of the single story gables, the living room. It exists now. There's a big set of doors and 3 small arched windows up in the gable. We're sort of combining those and creating a much more dramatic window at the south elevation to pick up on those nice ocean views. The horizontal line is a horizontal steel trellis to break the elevation and provide a little bit of shade. Those are proposed to be steel windows, as well as the window in the loggia that we're converting to the dining room. And then to the left of that is that family room where we're creating a bifolding door that opens to the pool. So we're really trying to connect that interior living space to the pool terrace. This is one area where you can see that that 3rd story tower in the background. And on the right side, you can barely see that spiral stair that we're proposing on that proposed south elevation. Yes, right there. It is tucked around back of house. I don't believe it's visible from the south at all. You can only see it here because this is a straight on elevation, but just to give you a reference point for that stair. Next page, please. On the left is the east elevation inside of that courtyard on the far east side of the property where we're removing the pool. So the series of 4 arches, that's the breezeway at the ground level and that 2nd floor gallery up above. And then you can see the tower to the left of that where we're exposing that exterior stair that would match that existing iron detail. And then you can also see at the master closet where we're changing that single door to a wide bifold door that opens the garden. The north elevation on the right side of this page, it's hard to tell the changes, but the right-hand side of that elevation, the 2-story portion is where we're at, changing that studio room to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. So within that covered exterior access, the door and window change slightly, but this also gives you a view of where the front entry door is in the middle of that elevation. Next page, please. And finally, this is the west elevation. So you're looking straight at the side of that loggia room that we are enclosing as the dining room, and kind of at an angle at the pool, the curving end of the pool walls that step down. At the bottom of the page is an elevation of that proposed pergola at the tennis court. It's divided into 3 sections, just over some existing paved seating areas, again, just to create a little bit of shade. It's proposed to be a painted steel structure, painted to match all the ironwork on the house. The infill shade of it, the horizontal portion, is proposed to be willow reeds or branches, so a real natural color that creates a little bit of filtered shade. We're also proposing the reed or willows on the awnings on the house. I should have pointed that out. Rather than using the bright fabric that exists now, we'd like to replace that with the more natural wood reeds. Bottom left is the proposed entry gate elevation. Again, just 3-paneled stained wood gates. Those pillars to either side and the walls are all existing. And then we did provide this pavilion elevation in the lower right at request of our planner. That is the existing structure next to the existing pool. It's just a sandstone tile roof outdoor seating area and a tiny bit of sort of storage space behind it where the pool equipment is located for that existing pool. And I think now we move on to Scott in the landscaping.
Thanks, Mary. So we are proposing a fairly comprehensive renovation of this existing garden. Almost all of the plantings will be new. We aren't proposing any tree removals, but just about everything else will be new and a new irrigation system. Other than the extensive planting that we're going to undertake, as Mary mentioned, we are also proposing to relocate the existing pool. The existing pool is in the northeast corner off the master bedroom and bathroom area, and it doesn't really have a strong connection to the house at all. So our goals were to relocate the pool on the south side of the house and really make the pool conveniently located to the indoor living spaces. Where the existing pool currently is, we're proposing a rose garden and fountain area. And then the new pool is off the southwest corner of the house. It was obviously extremely tricky designing and locating this pool given the extreme topography of the site. It's quite literally a consistent 2-to-1 slope from the edge of the building platform all the way down to the tennis court. There is one 10-foot wide, relatively flat bench, which really, really helped us limit the height of the retaining walls needed. So below the pool, we have a series of terraced retaining walls. The uppermost wall is 5 feet tall, and the lower wall, as Mary mentioned, maxes out at 7.5. Both walls really naturally die into the existing slope as they wrap around the west side of the building. And then another feature of the proposed landscape is the introduction of a series of 3-foot tall stacked stone walls. And the intent of those was really to try to break up the 2-to-1 slope. It just feels very unnatural. So there's a series of curvilinear walls throughout the slope below the pool. And the intent of that is to really make the landscape feel more organic. All of the reddish colored paving that you see here is existing. It's an existing terracotta tile. So there's an existing patio off the south side of the house, east of the proposed dining pavilion. and then a stairway leading down to the tennis court. And any new paving that we are introducing, for example, the patios around the pool will be a flagstone like Sweetwater Cherokee. And then lastly, we're proposing a new set of stairs off the west end of the pool down, and it connects to an existing set of stairs that lead you down into the garden below. The next page has a preliminary plant palette with plants we are.
Remember, we're conceptual here, people, you know, I mean, I don't want to interrupt, but this is a long presentation for conceptual. We're just dealing with conceptual right now.
Sure, I just have one more page. The last page includes inspirational type images to give you a sense of what the landscape might look like.
Okay. All right, Scott, was that conclude your presentation?
That does. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I can do a quick recap if you'd like and summarize.
I don't think so. I think we've had a chance to review it and see most of it. So unless there's something additional, Brian, that you need to
Well,
add.
it's important for our planner. And so
Okay.
as Claire mentioned, you know, we were only able to be on the agenda conceptual, specific to our planner's request when we met with Hollister at the site. He wanted to make sure, since we only were agendized on conceptual and planning staff wouldn't typically write a memo, that we make sure that we have your board focus in on the pool and the retaining wall and the terrace. He specifically wanted to make sure that we had good MBAR comments because it is quite a bit of a change, you know, to the property. So I just wanted to put that in there. And then also that we have Mike Viatoni here if any questions come up regarding civil. So that was it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Let's go on to questions of the board members. Sam Maphis, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a few questions about kind of that section that I saw and the wall heights to start with. So maybe you could have that. I'm just curious about the total wall height combinations to achieve the pool on the south and the west. You're adding those two together. You said 5 and then another 2. Is it an infinity wall? I guess that wasn't clear in this section. It looks like it is. Or is it a planter that's there? And that's a total of 13, 12, 6, 13, 14 and a half feet of vertical walls to hold the pool, I guess is right. Am I correct?
Yes, that's right. The pool is not an infinity pool. So what you're seeing between those retaining walls are planter areas.
Okay, that helps you with retainer railings. Another question, your color scheme looked to me to be darkening the building, and I saw the gates to be matching. Does that mean the boundary wall is also going to be changed color-wise? In the photographs, it looked white matching the house. Is it going to change colors or no?
Yes, the property, the boundary wall is proposed to be that darker color, just like the other site retaining walls.
Just like the picture of that gate in that picture. Okay, good. And then one last question. I think I picked up the new pool equipment is also kind of below the pool on the west slope. And that's behind, obviously, part of your landscape concept is to hide this, but is that true with the new pool?
Yes, so the new pool equipment is located west of the pool. The concept was to cut it into the slope. One thing that we need to explore, though, is what elevation that would need to be at to satisfy the flood requirements. And depending on what we find out there, we may actually need to relocate that south of the pool and cut it into the slope. So that's something that's still
okay. No, I was just curious. You're going to bunker it in regardless in one spot or another, it sounds like.
That's
okay.
Right.
Thank you. That's all. One other question. As far as neighbor screening, can you secure comment about where you do have existing planting and screening for this house? Is there boundary screening that's in place and to be retained, or are you going to be proposing all new?
Yeah, there's along the west property line, just inside the wall, there's a relatively new ficus hedge. And that runs pretty much that entire property line. Along the top in, I would say the western third, that ficus, there's a ficus hedge until the northeast corner of the guest. And then the screening becomes a little bit looser. We are planting a few more trees up there to augment the existing privacy that the trees provide. And then on the east property line, there is another ficus hedge. Down below, there's pretty good screening due to some mature trees. But we are adding a few more trees, specifically in the southeast corner to improve that.
Good. Thank you, Scott. That's it. Thank you, Bill.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. I know you've showed a photo of the proposed new gate at the top, but we do have two other existing gates on this along Mariposa. What are you proposing to do on those gates?
This is Mary again. I believe on those gates, we're currently proposing to keep what's there and paint those out, like the wall.
So Mary,
There's
I mean,
some-
well, the wall is stucco, and we know that's going to get painted the color of the darker color, the color of the wall
Correct.
on the pool. But what is the material of those gates then?
Dave, if you can go to the photos on, let's see,
See, I couldn't, I tried looking through the
page
photos.
5.
Yeah, where?
5, and do we actually,
Yeah,
I
see,
don't know
that-
if you can
think the
see
next
one
page.
here.
see, that's the thing. I
Okay,
looked
go to the-
through all the photos and I couldn't find where these gates are in the photos.
Dave, can you go to the next page of photos?
Here, how about that?
Oh, that's it right there. So
Yeah,
it's,
they're
Wood frame, some
they're
sort.
wood with a metal panel. Can you go to the next page of photos, Dave? Nathan thinks there's one there.
No, never. No.
yeah, well, I mean,
Okay,
so it
can't
looks
see it.
like that they're a plank gate that's not going to be the same, similar to this color, or they're going to be painted. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, and yes, and intended to blend more with the wall.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like this, the picture that I'm looking in front of me, it looks like the gate, the existing gate is very much the color that you're proposing to paint the wall. That's just how
Yes,
it looks in the
it is.
photo. So,
Yeah.
It's
It's similar.
and then I get one of these as a pedestrian, the one down by the tennis court, that entrance. How wide a gate is that? I mean, can you drive into that gate to park?
You can. Yes,
Okay.
you can drive in and park.
Yeah.
There's a small parking area down at the bottom. I think the gardeners use this quite a bit just because access around the property due to the slopes is fairly difficult.
And this is a really good picture that's up right now. So is this gate, wide is it? Is it a single width, or is it a single gate, or is it a double gate?
I think all the two maintenance gates, the two lower gates, are both a pair.
They're just single gates.
Double.
No, they're a pair.
Oh, they're a pair. So it's a double gate system. Okay. And are these, and then this, especially the one down here at the tennis court, it has pilasters similar to the one that's up, it enters into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then, okay, those were, then I'm so happy that you brought your engineer. I need to know about drainage on this property. We've received a letter from a neighbor that was we got it at the site visit this morning. And there's a huge concern about the drainage coming off this property and has been coming off this property for many years, according to the letter that we received. And so I'd like somebody to address that. And I think that's your engineer. I think that's Mr. Catoni.
Lucky we have him.
Yeah, I was waiting. I have been sitting here waiting for the last 45 minutes so I can talk to him about drainage here.
Well, he's here for you.
Hi, this is Mike Biatoni, and so I did get a copy of the letter from the Jensens as well and read through that. So they're indicating in their letter that for apparently like 20 years ago, there was heavy rain event, and that rain event exceeded the capacity of the county drainage system that is just above their property, resulting in flooding on both their property and their neighbor's property. So as you can see with the work we're proposing to do, and the fact that the terrain is such that, you know, the entire site drains to the south, we can't change how it drains, but with the improvements that Scott's proposing for the site, the various terraced walls and planter spaces that are being added, that would certainly help with reducing the total volume of water that is running off from the site by allowing it to be captured and percolate into the ground versus running off those steep slopes. But we won't be able to do anything about reducing the peak stormwater runoffs and heavy downpour sections of a storm event.
Okay.
Is that it, Claire?
Let me see if I have any other gates, drainage. Oh no, Sam hit the hand. You know, yes, I mean, I know, Mary, you keep saying 7-6. Actually, it's much visually, you know, you're stacking the wall. So, and I think what was determined is the total of all those walls is 15 feet tall, 13 feet tall. Is that what was the last number?
14 and a half.
13 and a half. Okay.
14 and a half, I believe. 14 and a half, Claire.
14
Yeah.
5. Okay. So
And again, those are planters so the planting is going to soften.
I understand.
Yeah.
I actually understand that, you know, and that is a way to deal with very tall walls, is to make planters. That's kind of what we expect to see. And and you know, but there is never mind. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Claire. John Watson, questions?
Yes, for Mary, the spiral staircase, is it over 12 feet high from the bottom to the top?
Yes.
And does it have a landing at any point in it?
Yes, we're required to have I forget what they call it, but like a reprieve, some type of landing, a resting platform.
It did not look like that's shown. Is that to be brought to us the next time?
Yeah, I mean, we'll need to get more into the detail and figure out where that happens.
Okay, very good.
But it's basically just either a double or triple tread depth. It just gives you a place to pause.
David, can we go to? Thank you. Can we go to the site plan showing the new swimming pool, please? And zoom in where the new somewhere, yeah, maybe. Okay, so it seems to me that the retaining walls and things of that nature that are quote unquote troublesome, and that word may or may not apply, is being driven by the fact that the pool is at the same level as the house. So here's the question. Have you explored shifting its location perhaps down the slope so it's a separate entertainment area, off to the west between of the building, or to rotate it so that it is not as prominent on that major south elevation. Have you explored any of those?
No.
Yeah, this is Scott Menzel. We've explored pretty much everything. Originally, we had the pool rotated more parallel to the contours that are more to the west. And actually, the more we kept rotating it to be parallel to the house, it reduced the overall wall heights. We also explored dropping the pool down lower on the site and having it at a lower elevation than the main house level. And we ultimately had a retaining wall condition that was identical to what we have now. So our overall wall heights were exactly the same. What I viewed as the disadvantage was the inability to soften those walls with plantings. So we're essentially, this was the most efficient use of space. So if we were to lower the pool and pull it away from the house, we actually, everything, the limits of development get further down slope. And so that's ultimately why we ended up where we are now, is we felt like this would give us the ability to vegetate the walls so they were less visible and minimize the overall required retaining heights.
Okay, so that's question number 2, I guess. The stairs was question 1. So question number 3, there are many different kinds of retaining earth, some of which include battered walls that have a more natural material and perhaps, although these may be too high, would enable planting inside of the cells along the way so that you don't get a vertical surface. Have you explored any of those options? And if so, what happened?
No, we had not. I'm not familiar. I could envision what you're speaking about, but I don't have any personal experiences with walls like that. I know in this instance, to really minimize our wall heights, minimizing how far we project out south is very key. And even with we have a 2-to-1 slope. So even if we were able to achieve something with a 1-to-1, I think that might be difficult, but something that we'd be willing to look into.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Questions, all right.
I have one more, Bill. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Sam.
And I think it's a question to Kimberly. Kimberly, are you there?
I am.
It's kind of a policy question on developing on 30% slopes or more. Would this, because it's existing building, existing conditions, would that policy, kick in any instance?
Yes, it has to be considered because there is a prohibition of development on 30% slopes or greater. That policy is to do a couple of things. 1, for visual impacts, minimize visual impacts, and 2, for safety and engineering. So I know that the planner is giving careful consideration to those slopes and particularly to the visual impacts that putting that pool there may or may not generate.
Great. That's kind of what I wanted to ask you specifically about policy. Thank you. Sorry, Bill.
Thank you, Sam. No problem. Dave, could you go to page 4, the section for me, and zoom into the pool area there? So question have you considered the idea of stacking, and I think maybe John was alluding to this, but maybe stacking boulders up against the bottom portion of that where the 7'6" dimension is there, rock stack, boulder, planting, to kind of help screen that away a little better. Right now it shows, and this is that particular section actually has a little flat area there. I know it's not like that all the time as you go around the pool, but right there where the slope comes up and it goes flat, if that was to receive boulders, had you thought about the idea of trying to stack rocks against that face there?
We actually are doing that. I just think in this one area where they took that section line, we just didn't have that condition, but there are probably to the left and to the right of that. If we looked at my landscape plan, you will see some boulders near the base of the wall.
Right. Yeah, that they were maybe.
Yeah, so right to the right of that 47 and also to the left of that where the wall starts to curve up and around. We're doing a bit of that.
That left side is the most important, where it goes around the curve. That's the condition that's most important there. Yeah.
But not in the center portion there.
Not as much.
Okay. The other question I had, Mary, on the circular stair, had you looked at the idea of actually coming off the landing of the second floor, not coming off the third floor? Is there a way to connect?
We did, and that room is very small. I think it's roughly 10 by 12, and an interior stair chews up quite a bit of real estate in that room.
Well, what I mean is, isn't that a stairwell there? That tower?
Yes, it is.
Isn't there a landing like halfway up it?
Yes. So, Dave, maybe you could go to sheet 10. And zoom in on that, perfect. I'm going to try to do so
on the other side of it, I guess. So that's
and the extent of the room, that tower room. I'm trying to draw. Is it showing up?
No. Well, we could.
Nope.
Yeah.
There we go. This is where that room sits above. So you can see if we were to continue that stair up, the room sort of disappears.
Well, what if you extended the landing of that floor across the window and entered into the circular stair from there? Is there a way to do that, or is that not high enough? You know what I mean? See where your window.
I did not follow that.
So the landing window that you have that faces where the circular stair is, right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you extend your landing over where it says up? I don't know. Is that part of a landing going across there, a bridge of some sort?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not at this level. It's basically from this landing up in another 2 steps. So
could
that
be extended?
Again, that's where.
Well, they could look at that.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Right.
Well, it's not our job to design the project. It's conceptual, people.
No, I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question to see if that circular stair could be reduced in height, which I think John was alluding to maybe as well. Anyway, okay. Something to think about. And then last but not least, did you consider other light fixtures that are out on the pilasters to match more of the style of the house, or am I missing the style of the house currently?
No, we were with the interior designer. That's kind of a placeholder. The idea being that it's just a very simple, low key, not highly decorative fixture.
So the ones on the pilasters is what I'm saying, outside.
Oh, sorry, the more decorative ones.
Well, the ones that you show on that image there on the center.
Yeah.
Is that?
That's not an accurate depiction. We're proposing these.
On the outside walls.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That was all I had for questions. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item? I know we have a letter to read. Maybe you could bring that letter up, Dave. I know we talked about it. It was regarding drainage. This is from Heidi Jensen, and she's at 860 Lilac Drive. I write this regarding the September 9, 2021 conceptual review. I trust you will consider the history of flooding in this neighborhood. She lives at 860 Lilac, directly below this property. There have been a myriad of flooding incidents that have resulted in a runoff. 20 years ago, the speed and quantity of water that came off the property overwhelmed the county drainage system so severely it washed into my neighbor's property, flooded the interior and damaged it. Mud and water. Simultaneously, the runoff filled my driveway with 2 feet of water, broke down the interior garage door, and ultimately washed out the western side of my lot, destroying a couple of long-standing oaks. Finally, I'm curious about the steel pergola that will be installed near the tennis court. Our home has a 120-foot long and 30-inch high glass clerestory at 8 feet from the ground, and it was not designed with blinds. When I built the house, I didn't expect that there would be privacy issues considered. There was only a tennis court. A new structure in that vicinity might be developing into something more concerning. Thank you for your considerations. Okay. Was there anyone else, Sharon, that wanted to speak to this item? Any hands raised? Any other letters? Sharon, are you there? Hello, Sharon, did we lose you? Okay, well, I don't see any hands raised. Anybody else see anything? Okay, well, we'll close public comment. And I'll go to
Bill,
yeah.
Miss Jensen had her hand raised. I saw it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at my notes.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Are you on, Miss Jensen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks. Looks like a lot of nice improvements. It just was one of the things in my letter, I didn't want it to get too long, but one of the ways that we mitigated the problem of all the water coming off that property is that when I rebuilt my house, it was completed in 2009, we put in a series of check dams along the way to slow down the flow so that it wouldn't impact the neighbors below us. And also, I think it helped a lot, but there's just a history. It's not just, I mean, it's in the last 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, it's ongoing. And so the comment by Mr. Vitoni about the fact that it's all coming off the south, and now the fact that a pool is getting moved over to the south, if there was a catastrophic event, that's a whole lot more water coming off the south. I'm curious about the size of the pool compared to the current size of the pool, because it appears maybe if the pool wasn't so big, the retaining walls wouldn't have to be so significant, et cetera. And there wouldn't be more water that's going to come down that side where all the leach lines are, et cetera. Curious, is there anyone that can add?
The landscape architect, Scott, why don't you address the size of where she's asking about is the size of the pool in relationship to the size of the existing pool?
Sure, I could certainly answer that. So the new pool is smaller in square footage. The existing pool is 40 by 15 feet, and the new is 16 by 36.
So it's about the same.
Same square footage anyway. Okay. All right.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to, if I could, I would address the neighbors' concerns. I think one of the things that Mr. Catoni was pointing to as far as that, is that in the landscape plan, there's these multiple rock walls and things that are literally, those are going to help break up the water as it moves south and onto your I mean, that's the whole point of a lot of what they're doing with the landscape, is actually trying to terrace that. And that terracing is going to catch water. And so it's not going to be such a rush down those slopes. It's going to be broken up by all those small little rock walls that you see in the plan. If that,
Right, which is reassuring. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for your comments. Okay, was there anyone else who wanted to speak to this item 2?
No, I don't have anybody else.
Okay, great, thank you. Close public comment. We'll go to board members' comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts?
Generally speaking, I like the project. I believe that there are 3 areas that have all been addressed in questioning. I think that on PDF page 8, the entry walls, I think that there is actually an opportunity to do a custom light fixture that down in the bottom there, yeah, exactly, David, a more vertical fixture rather than a horizontal fixture that would be able to be symmetrical. Obviously, the problem is that retaining wall coming on the left-hand side, or privacy wall, I'm not sure what it is. But to my eye, and this is the front door to the project, that could easily have a custom fixture that would be quite nice. Number 2, it was very clear from the presentation that Mary had concerns about the spiral staircase, and I think that she is correct in having those concerns, and somehow it's not resolved yet. And I think it needs further study. Exactly where she ends up with that, I don't know. And I think the planner, Alistair, and I think most members of the board, correct me if I'm wrong, other members, but this pool is causing, I think, both planning issues and aesthetic issues. The planning issues, just the height of those walls, building on a 30% slope, things of that nature. And then the degree to which retaining walls are necessary. I think lowering the height of that pool surface would go a long way to mitigating this. I think you can drop it either 2 foot or maybe even 3 foot. One idea I had was that the edge of the terrace might actually have a small infinity edge, less than 30 inches high, so you don't need a handrail spilling down onto the pool. And that would gain you 30 inches right there. And then if you could do something else with either another set of smaller walls, I think that that would help too. I'm not here to design your project, but I think that there are ways to lessen the impact of this pool. And I think that it is the most challenging portion of this design, and I encourage you to study it further. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, what are your comments?
Yeah, generally, I appreciate what they're trying to do in terms of the upgrade throughout the land plan, the landscape aspects, but the colors to the building below kind of plinth, I think, is a really good effort to soften some of the verticality of what we're seeing in the building from the landform popping up on top of that slope. I do have concerns about the amount of walls on the project now, the boundary walls. I would want those to be, significantly landscaped as part of this solution, so that you weren't looking at just a vertical wall along Mariposa. And then, of course, the walls at the pool, the terracing is good. I'd like to see more study as to how you're going to really make these walls hidden and disappear, and whether that's a series of clinging vines different material like a stone or something that could allow maybe some plants and more organic feel, but the verticality of that popping out southwest corner is a concern. And like John, maybe there's another solution. I would not want to really feel the impact of that pool as you're driving up or as a neighbor beyond with the vertical terracing and not completely softened and hidden. So those are the comments at this point. Appreciate what you're trying to do for the living portion of the pool. I think it just needs to be sincerely finessed in to the overall architectural scheme. Thanks, Bill.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, what are your thoughts?
Well, everything's been pretty well said. I'm particularly glad that Heidi came forward and expressed problems that may not have been expressed before. And I know that solution will end up being much better than the private, personal and existing situation. Other than that, I think it's well thought out, well planned, obviously, and I have nothing further to comment about.
All right, thank you, Don. Claire, what are your comments?
My comments are for the applicant to restudy the necessity for having 3 different curb cuts. And the middle one is, I'm not sure why that's needed. So just would you kind of restudy that when you come back? Then once again, it's back to the pool and the height of those walls. And that is, for me, the rest of the project is great. So this is going to be up to the landscape architect to figure out how to deal with those walls. And the note that I made to myself was more trees, more large shrubs, more screening for all of that the pool and the walls, and coming up to the pools, as I think it was Mr. Wolf suggested, boulders. And I get that this is just that we're just here for conceptual, but when you come back, you really need to get a really, really well-developed little bubble of planting around that pool and those now 14-foot high walls. I know they're broken up, but how you plant them is going to be really important. And conceptual, we don't see the planting plan, but when you come back, please develop a really good planting plan for me to be able to approve this, okay?
All right, thank you, Claire. Yeah, I agree with the other board members' comments. More screening, as Claire says, on that pool wall, and maybe dropping it, as John has suggested, might help. Certainly that's a pretty obvious and large face, and going to be pretty visible, I think, from other points in the neighborhood. I would also agree with John, the spiral stair, if you can figure out a way to make that happen better, do some further study on that. And I also agree with John on the light fixtures at the gate pilasters. I think those could be, whether they're in keeping with the style of the house or something a little more developed. They didn't seem to really ring well with me in terms of the way they were designed. The rest of the house looks great. I applaud all the other changes that you're doing in the site work. I think you're doing a wonderful job all the way around everywhere else. Would definitely, work the civil, work the grading and the drainage, make sure that you can do what you can to reduce the impacts to the neighborhood. Obviously, I know, Mike, you're going to do that. So that's your job. So with that being said, we'll see you back here for further concept, I guess. If that's what we should do, we'll see you when you can get back in on schedule.
Mr. Chair, Would
Yes.
it be appropriate to ask if we could be agendized for further conceptual / preliminary? Because I think we got really the comments exactly that we needed to focus on. And, you know, if we don't get it, we don't get it, but that would allow us to work with Alistair and maybe get it up to that next level. Just an ask.
I would be really happy if that's what we did, by the way.
Okay.
I think that's the appropriate thing. Because at conceptual, we've dealt with size, bulk, and scale. We've dealt with the site plan. We've dealt with all of those things. And for me, they're ready to head into preliminary, except for fixing some of these things, and they can fix that on their way to preliminary. So, you know. Sounds good. We'll say further concept review and preliminary come back with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Very
All right.
good.
Thank you all. Sorry for the length. Very important. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go on to item 3. That is 553 Hot Springs Road. This has a planner and is here for concept review. Do we have the applicant online? Please state your name and give us your presentation.
Hi, this is Tom Henson from Becker Henson Nixto Architects. This is a fairly small project, and it's already been through the board once in 2017. We got final approval for the previous owner, who unfortunately passed away last year. And he sold the house to new owners, and they loved the idea. They want to go ahead with what was already approved, but since it expired, we're here to show you what's proposed again. The only difference, can you zoom in to the house and the garage area? The footprint's exactly the same. There are a few little adjustments to some windows, but other than that, it's pretty much the same project. One addition is the new owners want an emergency generator, and that's proposed for the, turning on my pencil. Yeah, left side of the existing garage next to the existing power panel. It's on Para Grande, and the nearest neighbor's pretty far. And I think we're 54 decibels at the property line, and this generator comes with a sound blanket, so we meet the noise criteria. What we're proposing is to add on to the east, this way. Right now the house is 2,200 square feet and 2 bedrooms, and we're proposing to add on another bedroom, so it's 3 bedrooms, and it has a downstairs master. We started with an arborist when we did this in 2017, and they told us that this was the point we could come to protect this oak tree, and they came and reviewed it again this year and said, yeah, that's still a good point. There's a special foundation that bridges, it's shallow across where the oak tree is. Next slide, please. This is just information on the generator showing we're 54.2 decibels at the property line. I think you can move on. So the upper image is the existing floor plan, and the lower image shows the proposed extension to create a master bedroom on the east side of the house and a master bathroom. Nothing changing other than that. Next slide. So the house has a very steep roof. It's sort of a cute cottagey Montecito house, and so it naturally, with the steep roof, there's room for another small bedroom over the proposed master bedroom, and you'll see that on the elevations. Next slide. This is the roof plan. The existing, this had been added on at some point, and it didn't quite go with the rest of the house. It had a shed roof and a gable, and basically that's coming off, and we're extending with hips, and we're repeating these 2 dormers on the west side. On the east side, the goal is to make it look like the whole house was done at the same time. Next image, please. So These are the elevations. This is the front elevation. This here is where some addition work had been done in the past. This is like the flat shed roof, and we're proposing just to extend the hip all the way to the left and repeat these two dormers. You can't really see this part of the house. Is behind a lot of mature landscaping, but that being said, that's the proposal. And again, it's essentially the same as what you saw before. Next image. This is the rear of the house here. And again, we're extending to the east to have room for a master bathroom and a downstairs bedroom. And this is the east elevation as it sits now. It doesn't quite fit. And this is as proposed. Next elevation. And this is just a tree protection plan. Next, please.
I think that's all we
That
have.
it? Okay. Did you want to see photographs or?
Yeah, we can do a quick.
Yeah, quickly go through.
I think most of us have seen, reviewed.
Yeah,
them.
most of you have seen it already. So the address is on Hot Springs. You go through these gates, and at the end of the driveway, you hook to the left, and that's where the house is. It's actually closer to Para Grande. This is the service gate off of Para Grande, and the house is just maybe 75 feet off of Para Grande Road. So that's the house now. We're looking at the southwest elevation, and we're proposing to extend that way. And the generator would go over on the left of the garage. Next elevation. This is just the existing front, no changes proposed. We're proposing to add, it's hard to get pictures on the left or east side where the addition's going because there's so many trees, but this is where we're proposing to extend this roof about, I think, 12 feet to the east. And this is front elevation, no changes proposed there. Next image, please. This is the east elevation where most of the changes are happening. Again, we're extending this hip roof out. So here too, we're taking off this shed roof and this sort of gable window that we didn't really think fit. And we're coming this way. And this is one last image showing where we're extending about somewhere out to here, to the point where the arborist said was safe to go for this oak tree in the background. There's really no landscaping proposed. It's the same as what we. It's really nice and understated now, and the owners just want to keep it the same. So we're proposing to keep what's there.
Okay. All right.
That might be it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tom. Let's go on to questions of the board. Sam Mavis, do you have any questions?
Just two real quick questions, Tom. Is that generator proposed outside the setback?
It is.
Okay.
The setback's here and the generator's here, and we're proposing a fence around the generator too.
Okay, that's another thing, the screening you're going to propose. And then the arborist that looked at that tree in the back, is that report been submitted or part of something that is on a plan somewhere, that those recommendations are something you're going to follow?
Yeah, it was actually on the next sheet. I think it's A1.1. No, one after that. Well, it was in there. No, I'm sorry, it was the last sheet.
The tree protection TPP.
Tree protection plan.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You have that. I just wanted to follow up that was part of what you originally did, and you're going to continue to watch out for that tree.
Yeah, no change at all to the footprint.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
Just one, Tom, the approved colors from last time we got it approved, are you making any changes to those, or are they going to be the same?
Everyone likes the colors that are there. We, as per before, we're replacing the old wood shake roof with a cedar shake, CEDUR shake. It's the only one we found that is almost imperceptible. You can't tell that it's not a real wood shake roof, but that's the same as before also. So
Okay,
same colors and same look.
thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thanks, Don. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yes, I want to go back. My question relates probably to the statements that are on the agenda. And it has to do with all these things. The emergency generator. So on the agenda, it says that there's going to be an AC condenser unit, then an emergency generator, then 2 as-built AC condenser units. So where are all these?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
we looked at the emergency generator, but where
Yes,
are all these?
yes, sorry. Yeah, they're already there and it's no different from before. It's added, they're getting a little more, the air conditioners are on the right side of the house.
Is there?
Right there.
Oh, that's the little right there.
Those 3 little things right there.
Right.
And
And those small ones that just sit outside the house?
Yes.
Okay. And they don't make a whole lot of noise?
No, they're quiet, and we have notes that the all outdoor HVAC equipment to comply with county requirements, 65 decibel max below at the property.
Okay, fine. I just been reading the agenda and we talked about the generator. I just wanted to know where those were. Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Dave Mendro, any questions?
No questions, Bill, thanks.
Okay, John Watson, question.
David, can you go to PDF page 7, please? Tom, there are a series of handrails that are clearly over 30 inches to grade. And I'm wondering what you are planning on doing with that.
We're proposing these. So what the previous people did, we think, was we kept it less than 30-inch drop off. So we're proposing the same. We're having these low planters in front of the existing planters, so it's less than a 30-inch drop off.
And what about the one in the upper left-hand corner of the proposed south elevation that I know is existing, but clearly does not meet current code?
Yeah, we're proposing to add planters in front of that also.
No, not,
No, we're talking.
not there, up to the right there in the middle of the drawing.
Oh, upstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
upstairs.
second story up there.
Oh, there's a big flat area. It's a porch roof that goes out about 10 feet from there, and we're not touching it, and no one asked about it or no one was concerned about it last time, so we're not doing anything about it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, John. Tom, have you considered or looked at different ways on that proposed south elevation of integrating that shed roof that looks like it doesn't fit so well now with the new addition? Have you looked at how to?
Oh yeah, we feel like we fixed it. There's no more shed roof. It's just it's a hip roof like the other side.
What's on the south elevation though, if I look up right in.
Well, that's existing. Where's the?
That's existing and that's proposed.
Right, but I'm talking about integrating the existing in better with the new, because it's this little portion that's exposed, and then your hip kind of comes in somehow.
The hips behind it, changing the existing would be a big issue, and that wall is not really visible from anywhere. It's back about 15 feet from this elevation. Mm-hmm. So that was something we thought we could live with to keep from redoing a whole lot of roof. Okay. And that bathroom's everything's beautiful now. They didn't want to touch anything on the inside, like everything from there over is staying. So they didn't want to do a lot of demo on any more than they had to.
Got it. Okay. All right. The question. All right. Thank you. That was all. Okay. Let's go to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 553 Hot Springs Road?
Bill, I don't have anybody, but there's somebody phoned in, so I'm gonna ask them what project they're here for.
Okay.
Oh, they're gone.
Oh, all right. And we will close public comment, go to comments of the board members. John Watson, what's your thoughts on this?
I think it is a very nice project and we should just move it along.
Okay. Don Sharp. Your
I
comment.
couldn't agree more.
All right, Claire.
I'm right in there with everyone else. I think we just move this on. And I would recommend that we move it to, move it on preliminary final on consent.
Would everybody be okay with doing that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then so be it. We'll move it to preliminary and final on consent. And thank you for your drawings. Nice job.
Tom, full set, light fixtures, site lighting, full thing, 100%. Got it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, let's go on to item 4, 363 Woodley Road. Is the applicant online? Please introduce yourself and give us your presentation.
I'm here. Can you hear me? This is Dawn Sherry.
Yes, we do, Don. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Can you see me? I had my video turned on, but I don't see myself.
Let me read this real quick, Don. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah,
I see, yeah, I see you.
Real quick. We do see you. Project is subject to requirements of the E1 zone. Project is for a conditional use permit for an as-built wrought iron gate to be replaced with wood planks, as-built stone veneer walls, which vary in height from 4 to 9 feet, and a new trash enclosure. Conditional use permits are subject to design review pursuant. Provide comments on the gate and wall. Please provide comments on if the gate and walls are compatible with the surrounding area. Okay, go ahead, Dawn. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As was just stated, this is a project that when my client bought the property, the walls had already been built. So the photos are a really good place to start. Those are not the photos that, that we submitted, but they're fine. So let's just stay here. This is the entrance to the property. There's an existing project under construction to the left of the left photo, and the wall increases in height. The wall that is in question that you're reviewing today is the wall that goes up to and curves into the gates, and then on the other side continues around to the adjacent properties on either side. It's a sandstone grouted wall, and as you can see, when it gets to the pilasters, it's at its maximum height. Those pilasters are 10 feet, and the wall itself, right where it meets the pilasters, is 9 feet. And then on the right to the north, it drops down and eventually drops down to a height that you can't even see beyond the landscaping on the adjacent northerly property. But on the south, it raises up again. That's the house that's currently under construction that you all are probably familiar with. That's also owned by this property owner, and it's a project that Shubin Donaldson currently has under construction for Linda, from lynda.com. It's the underground house.
Yes, we all looked at it this morning.
Oh, you did? Okay. So that's the house that is behind that large oak tree to the, I think that's an oak, to the left of the driveways, just to orient you. And they own this property as well. So they bought the property, the walls were already there, they continue on both sides. I don't think the neighboring property walls have a permit either, but I'm responsible for getting a permit to, the owner just wants a permit for these walls. Partly because the wrought iron gate is not, they don't want the wrought iron gate. They want a solid wood gate, and we're proposing a very simple horizontal mahogany stained gate. We have to get a CUP for this because of the height of the pilasters and the wall being over 6 feet. I wish there was a little bit more of a provision for an increase in height for the CUP because it's a lot of work just for something like this, but I understand the rules are rules. We don't need a gate higher than 6 feet and the pilasters are 10. So I was hesitant to submit the gate at 6 feet max. I really think it should be a little taller based on the proportion of the pilasters. So I want your opinion on that. But the drawing to the lower right shows the existing wrought iron gate and then the new wood horizontal gate. The other component to this project is a small trash enclosure inside and would be invisible from the street. It would be inside that gate, and there's a drawing of it if you zoom out on this sheet. On the left-hand side of the sheet, there's a slope. It's also horizontal wood that screens the trash from the house and from the street. It's screened by the sandstone wall. If you go to the upper right-hand corner, you'll see the floor plan of the proposed trash enclosure and how it's accessed easily to get the trash directly out for the trash people when they come. It's not a whole lot to the project.
No, that sounds good. Is that conclude the presentation?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else to say.
No, there's nothing, you don't need to say anything.
Okay, good.
We'll give you questions and maybe you can say more. Okay, let's go to questions. Claire, do you have any questions about this?
No, except to ask Dave to pull up the photograph that we saw. No, not that one, the other one. This one. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say, okay. So my question, Dawn, is the wrought iron gate 6 feet in height?
It is.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, thank you, Claire. John Watson, what are your questions? If you
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don Sharp, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
No, you don't. Sam Maphis, any questions?
Yeah, Don, what kind of landscape, if you know, is in front of the walls? Specifically, I think it looks like it's symmetrical and matching. The wall on the left, maybe look at that photograph.
Right here, yeah, it's right there. There it is. Then you've got the.
So it looks like it's a hedge and then foreground planting. And is it fairly new to your knowledge? Has it been there a while like that to conceal it, or is it just recently planted?
It's been recently groomed. You can see the mulch there that's kind of new, but I can tell you that we're doing a remodel to the house right now, and we have not done planting at all because of the remodel, but I know that the property owners want a very nice landscape, and the front of this house will not be ignored. And it will look even better than it does right now in the future.
Okay. That's all I have. Question.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sam. Dave, did you have any questions?
Yes. What is the proposed material and finish for the wood gate?
Just stained, natural stained. Right now, the house has the remodel that we're doing. The new front door has a mahogany stain, so we want to go with the same kind of horizontal, natural, rich stained mahogany.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Dawn, what's the style of the house? Is it more of a are you making it more contemporary? I'm just trying to get a feel for how the gate and the house tie together.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's why we want to go with the horizontal wood, because the front door is going to have, like I said, a mahogany kind of seamless look. The house is stucco. It's gray. It's a smooth stucco. It just got re-roofed with solar panels. We received a permit for, or I should say we're in plan check for replacement of all the doors and windows. I believe they're Fleetwood. So we're going with a more clean, contemporary, but no changes to the architecture. It's a simple, I wish I had photos of it. I'm sorry, I don't. It's just a very simple, late 80s, smooth trowel stucco with a standing seam metal roof.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. I think I get everybody's questions. Let's go to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 4, 368 Woodley?
Nobody here, Bill, thanks.
Okay, all right, let's close public comment. Let's go to board members' comments. John Watson, what do you think?
I think there are two basic ways that things can be permitted. One is to do it through the normal permitting process. And the second one is to do whatever you want and then beg for forgiveness. I pushed this into the second category. I recognize that the existing owner did not do this, but I cannot support this. If we can support this one here, why can't we support it everywhere? I think we need to maintain the rules that we have everywhere. I am sorry that the owner has been left with this condition, but this owner has awareness of the rules. I mean, she got a fairly substantial house, so I am going to vote against this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Avis, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the proportions are wrong. Certainly the pilasters at 10 and the gate at 6. The wall stepping up at close to 9 or 10 in the transition on the left-hand side is very jarring. I think it would be nice if it stepped down and balanced like the one on the right does. That would justify part of the proportions. So I too am very troubled and conflicted on letting this go through. And then the stone and now the new gate material don't seem to be in concept or in concert with each other. So I'm having trouble moving this into anything but more questions and concerns design-wise to want to see better resolution. So I too wouldn't vote for it in this condition.
All right, thank you, Sam. Claire, your comments on this?
Well, I'm curious. It's on the agenda as put down as an as-built gate. So when was this wall built? Now it's considered to be as-built. So there it is. So when was the wall built?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I am. You're the.
I have no idea. A very long time ago, because it goes all the way up and down the street.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's the thing is that okay, that's fine. That answered my question.
We did not build it, and we are not asking for forgiveness for something we did. I understand.
Right, that's kind of where that's why I wanted to bring that up, because I think this wall has been there for a long time. And
no, it hasn't. If you'd like to know, I happen to be the neighbor. This wall was built by Bobby Webb when he owned the property that the LindaCop.com house is now on. When he cleared that property, he basically made good with the people who owned this property at the time, the second property. And he basically said, I'm going to do this big thing in the other house. If you agree to this, I will build you a wall. So he built this 7 years ago or so. So that's the background.
So
I
you're,
think,
who are
I
you?
think, I think we should have a name as to the person that's actually talking right now.
I was just asking,
Yeah.
like, what was your name, sir?
I apologize. My name is Tom Fallows. I'm logged on because I'm one of the future ones at 350 Woodley. And so I'm sorry, I'm just chiming in because I do know when that thing was built.
And when are you saying that it was built, Tom?
Somewhere between 6 and 8 years ago. And the
Okay.
HOA was a little upset because they didn't do it. He never asked the HOA about doing it. He just built it.
Got it.
Real Association. Okay.
Okay. Well, I just needed to get some background here because it seemed like we were talking about two different things. So my comment would be that for me, I'm okay with the wall itself, but it's something to do with the pilasters and this little tiny 6-foot fence. So, I mean, the wall is there and it's been there for 6 to 8 years or whatever the neighbor is saying. But I think that the entrance part of the wall needs to be reconsidered, redesigned. And that means the pilasters and the gate. I don't have any problem with the wall itself. It's just right here at the entrance. That looks terrible. And I just want to, say, I don't know whether anybody else, John Watson had let us know that we were right next to this project. And I did drive by it, and you can actually look through and you can see where all the construction is going on down the driveway past where we see that car down there. It's all white and Tyvek right now. And so I think to actually have the applicant redesign the entire wall for me is inappropriate, but should redesign the entrance is what I think needs to happen.
To clarify, Claire, are you talking about the gate itself, the gate and the pilasters?
Yes, I'm talking about the gate and the pilasters.
Yeah. Okay.
And if my recommendation would be to redesign the gate itself because this doesn't work. The size of the pilasters and with a 6-foot gate is really ugly, in my opinion. Here.
All right. Thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Well, I do think the pilasters are too high. I do think that the gate as proposed doesn't belong in between two major structures like that. I think something can be done to cut down the pilasters, the height of them, and blend a better designed gate in between them that all works together. And I think that can be done. Other than that, I cannot vote for this at all.
All right. Thank you, Don. Dave Mendro, what are your comments?
Yeah, I can't support the project the way it's proposed, and it's too bad that the new owners stepped into this situation. I would suggest for me to support it that you take that section of high wall on the right-hand side of the gate pilasters down to the same level as the next tier, lower the pilasters. And right now, I much prefer the gate that's there to the one that's proposed, the solid wood, the horizontal gate, especially if you're going to try to have it taller than 6 feet, because I don't think the detailing of that flush wood gate's appropriate. Whereas this gate right now, I could even see this being taller and not being an impact to the neighborhood. So for me to support this, I would, probably require that the pilasters be taken down in that first section of wall on the right-hand side. Then it wasn't clear to me, is the wall on the left-hand side part of this project or is that the neighbor?
No,
it's part of this project until it gets to right about where that big oak tree is on the left.
Okay. I think I could probably, I'd have to see some drawings of things. It's mainly getting the pilasters down and that right-hand side down for me to start feeling like I could support the project. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I tend to agree with the other board members as well. I think the proportion of the pilasters to the gate, as you had noted even, Don, was awkward, that the height of that gate to the pilaster height looked really peculiar. And so I think that the height of that pilaster, the sight walls on right and left, are going to be hard to make work unless you drop both the sight wall and the pilasters and keeping the gate at 6 feet. And I would suggest looking at something that maybe isn't quite so contemporary in terms of the gate itself. It seems a little foreign to the pilasters, which are stone and kind of the old sandstone cut, versus something in a contemporary material. So maybe it's that transition there. So I think a restudy of the gate as well, material wise, not that you couldn't have wood, it's just the layout of it. And the pilaster height and the site walls, I think, need to be restudied. So I think we're going to have to continue you on. It's here for says.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Fine, it's here for all of them. I mean, it's agendized for conceptual, preliminary, final. So come back, Dawn, with your new plan.
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you for the good direction, everyone.
Great. All right. Thank you.
So we need a motion.
Okay. Somebody make a motion then.
What?
I'll make a motion to continue the project for further conceptual review.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Sam. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's skip item 5, right? We're not doing anything on that. We're going to item 6. 62 Humphrey Road. And that is also further concept review. So we had notes here. Concerned that the FAR is already high, please provide a neighborhood FAR study next meeting. Applicant to coordinate with an assigned planner prior to returning to bar. Request that once the planner is assigned, that the planner provide MBAR with guidance on allowable setback encroachments, as well as any non-conformities. Also confirm possible allowable modifications with the planner. Concerned that the taller roof lines could impact neighbors due to setback encroachment. Supportive of the concept and overall the architectural cleanup, like the design concept and the idea of preserving the house. Concerned the lack of permeable surface, provide analysis of existing versus proposed impermeable surfaces. Concerned about the ability to approve a modification to height for structures right on the property line, particularly the guest house. Look at lowering plate heights. 9 feet is somewhat high. And we had a site visit today. And so go ahead and give us your name and give us your presentation.
Good afternoon, board chair. My name is Jeff April with Anna Kappa Architecture. I'm one of the partners of the firm and a project manager for this project. I just want to thank everyone for their time getting to the site this morning. I know that site visits can take some time and some coordination, so I really appreciate you guys heading on out there and sort of seeing some of the unique conditions that we have on this site. Diving into it, now that we have this exhibit up on the screen right now, to respond to one of the comments about the FAR analysis, this is our project right here. In green, and our FAR is 150%. I think it's technically actually 147%, but you can begin to see in red all of the other FARs on the block that are over or exceeding 100%, and the orange ones are all below 100%. So we are in an area of sort of enlarged FARs due to either lot line adjustments, lot splits. I don't fully know the history of this, the history of our site while having a historical report. The as-built are very poor. It's a building footprint only. And the only permit history is a permitted shed in the in the actual backyard. So we're sort of fishing blind here on what's there. But I will say, as a general note, the updated design that you will be seeing today is a reflection of a design that does not increase the FAR at all from the current existing condition. So moving on to the presentation, I'd like to, if we jump to page 6, actually, you can go to page 3 and 4 just to refamiliarize everyone with the site. I know that you were out there today. These are neighborhood context, showing double-story and single-story gabled structures, more eclectic architectural character for the neighborhood, from single-story cottage to double-story colonial influenced or just sort of cottage influenced or Tudor influenced multi-story houses. Page 4 is the site context. You guys were all out there today on site looking at this specific residence. Page 6 is the site demo. And I'd like to take a moment here to show you guys that we are taking the FAR from the carport garage. We're eliminating some of this, what is currently a guest house, but will be what is entitled as the proposed use as a pool cabana. And this working shed right there, and we're taking all of that square footage and we're applying it to a 3-car garage that goes right there. So that is our sort of FAR swap from what is there existing to what we are currently proposing on site. Now, another thing while we're on this page that I would like to reiterate is, as you remember and recall, the house is connected continuously along that north portion of the residence. To be clear, this portion of the project is, we are proposing to gable that structure so that it's in architectural character with the rest of the residence. And in blue, we are proposing to eliminate this square footage, both as a covered outdoor area and an indoor covered functioning, very narrow space, as well as demolishing the covered walkway to the structure that I'm going to circle, which would allow for conformity with distance between buildings, and it would allow for conformity for the structure that is now going to be in green to be a legal workshop, and the structure that will be in black to be a legal pool cabana. So that's the overall strategy of the site, breaking up some of the monotonous mass, making individual structures per our first initial concept hearing, and taking the square footage of the carport garage and one existing shed that's a 30 or 40 by 10 and converting that to additional square footage for the garage. Moving on from that, I just wanted to let everyone know that we have been working with Katie Null. You can go to page 9 of the presentation. We've been working with Katie Null at the County of Santa Barbara. She was our planner that has been assigned to this. And we have, as of today, we have a completed coastal development permit. It has not been issued. We need to proceed through our MBAR hearings for issuance, but resolutions as it relates to planning and zoning issues regarding setbacks and building heights have all been accounted for here. So in the rear yard setback, I'll use a different color. In the rear yard setback, we are allowed to encroach a total of 30% into that setback, which is our workshop, our pool cabana, and an existing storage shed. Those are all allowed uses in that setback. And to John's point on site today, we did some research prior to this hearing, and there is no minimum distance required from a property line in the rear yard setback. There's no language specifying a minimum dimension, but there is language specifying heights. The minimum distance from a property line is language that is seen in the side yard setback area. If Katie Null or the advising planner is on, they can attest to that. Further, I just want everyone, if we go to structures or the accessory structures that are in this rear yard setback, pages 18 and 19 specifically focusing on these two. At our first hearing, we were requesting a height increase of these structures to 16 feet. We have since not pursued that path, and these structures do show and comply with a 12-foot height limit for an accessory structure within a rear yard setback. And to MBAR's initial comment from our first concept hearing, we have reduced the plate height to 8 feet on these structures, reducing the overall sort of massiness and big front elevation or the plate height of them. So the big questions during our first meeting on building height being 16 feet, not 12, has been addressed. We are now at 12 feet, and we are not proposing, and we're separating all of the structures for their allowed uses by appropriate distances and keeping under 30% of the rear yard setback. So if you go back to page 8, so further from the site visit today, we're confident in the understanding of unpermeable versus permeable surfaces. We're working with a civil engineer to create a dedicated stormwater plan. Page 9 shows the initial intent. We're going to be using both a bioretention planter, that's page east. Is it page, is it one more? I don't, is it the next page? Or is it the previous page? My apologies. Might just be the previous page. Here it is. So on all of the new roof, we're proposing to go to an underground cistern for the garage, for the workshop, and for the roofs of the main house. And then for roofs in the back, we're proposing to do a garden bioretention basin and infiltration for those. And we've engaged a civil engineer, CCE, who's been on several of our other projects in Montecito to help establish and create that stormwater plan for your review at preliminary approval. Let's see, what else have we done here? We're pretty certain that our overall pervious surface will be greater than what was originally there on site. I do not have that specific calculation for today, as we're still finalizing our hardscape design, and this is a conceptual level presentation. Those are the major updates to the project, and should the updates be amenable to the board, we'd like to request to come back for prelim and final. Now that there are no zoning issues, our building heights are in full compliance, our building separations are within code. We have a coastal development permit complete, but not yet issued. And we've worked with the planner to make sure that we are in compliance to the maximum extent feasible, despite having an existing condition of these existing guys in the rear yard setback. That concludes my presentation. I greatly appreciate your time and attention to this, and I look forward to hearing your comments for our return.
All right, thank you. Let's go to questions. Claire, did you have any questions? Claire?
No,
No?
no.
All right. Sam, any questions?
Just, as far as the frontage on Humphrey, I think at the site visit, it was mentioned that there might be gates, and the width of that approach and that apron to your new garage where all the cars were parked. I was just curious about how the gates were going to be factored in. I don't see them on the plan, so maybe that's a future question that you'll answer.
Yeah, we'll have that fully answered for our prelim and our final. Right now, because there's existing conditions of everyone having gates that are on Humphrey, a waiver will need to be applied for and granted to allow for that gate to be there on a low traffic street to maintain vehicle circulation up here.
Got it. That's really all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, John Watson, any questions?
Yeah, I actually have a question of Kimberly, please. You there, Kimberly?
I am indeed here.
Okay, so this project has no guest parking except in the front yard setback. Is that existing, not applicable in the coastal zone? What's the deal on that?
That provision for one uncovered, typically guest parking space, is not in the Article 2 zoning ordinance, which governs this property.
Okay, very good. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
Yes, did you provide building elevations of the new garage in addition to the house, or
Yes. Yes, we have elevations of the garage. If you scroll down in the presentation, third to last page. Here's the garage. 3 wooden garage doors with a small gable to mimic what's happening at the main house, and a shed roof to give it character and break up the slope of that shingle. We want to do a fire rated shake shingle. It's an imitation shake, but it feels like it's the appropriate character of the home coming from a more cottage appeal. But to break up the monotony, we're proposing these small roof breaks that would have copper standing seam that would be naturally weathering.
And those are carriage doors for the garage?
They would be carriage look, but they would be
yes.
overhead due to the space limitations in the driveway for swing outdoors.
Okay. And the house?
The house, if you go up to the next 2 pages right here. And then one more page up or down, my apologies. Yep, page 16. So this is the front elevation, and you can see we are in dark. What is being proposed from the flat roof to the gable, a new window opposite the door, and then no changes to the south side of the residence.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Mike,
One question.
yeah, Claire.
Have you guys, have you been dealing with the Montecito Fire Department at all?
We have not dealt with the
Okay.
Montecito Fire Department.
Oh, okay. My question, and I'm coming into this late because I don't think I saw the first presentation, but had you considered the idea of rotating the garage 90 degrees so that you're not looking at the doors as you drive and coming in on the side of it? Is that even an option? Have you considered that? That would be rotating it so you come in off the north face instead of.
Yeah, so if we had looked at that, right now there is our setback is there, and then you really need about, coming from the face of a garage, you need about 20 feet at the tightest, 23 feet to be generous, coming down. So the garage would then end up starting right here and go like that, which is very, very close to the main residence. And we're now using a lot of north side yard for driveway and access. And it's a greater departure from what's currently there, as what's currently there is the covered parking there with a single spot to the north.
So 24 feet off of that property line puts you about where you're saying.
Yeah, 24 feet off the property line puts you
25
about
with some lane.
about there, and then you have a 22-foot garage.
Yeah.
And now it's just a little bit more of an infringement to the overall lawn that we would like to try and maintain, which is why we are proposing to do really charismatic wood carriage doors facing the street.
Yeah.
That will be overhead, but.
Okay. Okay. All right. That was the only question I had. Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 6, 62 Humphrey Road? Anybody there? Aaron?
No, thank you.
Nobody? Okay, we'll close public comment. Go to comments from the board. John Watson, what are your thoughts?
This is clearly a superior project from what we saw before, so I want to thank you about that. I think that lawn area between the back of the garage, and I can't remember what you call the building on the right.
The workshop.
Workshop is going to be charming and really set the tone for this property that no other property in this area has, and I think will be enjoyed. If they can figure out a way to get rid of the railroad noise and the freeway noise that they were talking about. Yeah. So I think that the one comment that I would ask you to explore is how to take the garage door elevation, the entire piece, and really make that a compelling image, more so than it is now. We very rarely, or we hardly ever embrace garage doors facing the street. But if they are done with the care and delicacy of a front door, not a garage door, I think it can work just fine. So I like this project, and we are now on, I can't remember which review we're on.
We're on conceptual.
Conceptual, yeah. So I think it can come back for easily preliminary and maybe even preliminary final at the next time around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree that center space is very charming, separating the main house and the garage. The new image of the garage has another residential kind of look, and charming look was also readily accepted by my thinking. And so the puzzle that you put together, the solution to the puzzle of what was existing, all the things that you're taking away and removing, the respect to that open space has been really well done. And I agree. I support this project. I think it's going to be charming. It is charm now, and it's only going to get better with this solution. So I'm supportive of at least pushing it ahead to preliminary and maybe preliminary final.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Claire, what are your comments?
Well, my comments all have to do with the garage, you know, and I appreciate that. I think it was you, Bill, that, you know, because I'm having a problem with a large garage, 3 bays, and all the paving that is going along with it on the front on the front side. So I know somebody just suggested that, you know, turning it, and that was going to be my suggestion, but it was turning it, but only turning it for 2 bays, reducing the size of the garage. You now got a 3 bay garage. Let's put it 800 square feet. I think that garage needs to be cut down and have only 2 bays and less paving out in front of it. And at that point, you might be able to turn it so that there's only 2 bays, not 3. And then, you know, and then come in along that little driveway or whatever you called it on site, and come into the garage from that direction. That's what I would be. I'm really concerned with all of this paving that's out in front of the garage, you know, and you know, I mean, yeah, that's all. That's what I have to say, you know. And I'm still incredibly concerned that we all received your FAR thing. And actually, if you actually look at, there's 1, 2, 3 lots that are the size of this lot. They're half-acre lots. And the one across the street from you is at 164. You're at 159, but your neighbor to the south, or whatever that is, west, whatever it is, he's got a half-acre lot and he is at only 74. So I really still have a concern that there's too much going on this lot. And so those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, your comments.
Thank you, and I apologize for not being at the site visit, but I had a prior very important engagement to attend. I think the garage can work in this location without those gables that are sort of do not relate to the garage doors at all, just look like they're pasted on a roof. And the length of the gable is shorter than the leg gable in the house. And so you're calling attention to something that I think is not worthy of getting attention. And I think you should simplify that. And the gable does not relate to the doors. It just needs to be simplified. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Mendra, what are your comments?
Well, my strong concerns about the original proposal were the accessory structures and the height of them and the proximity to the property lines, and then the garage being facing the street and being close. After visiting the site, I feel better about those situations. I think, number one, I'm really support the applicant and their client in preserving this old home. And to that end, I'm willing to provide some flexibility with these other issues because they are preserving the home and really maintaining the character of something that's been there since, I guess, 1918. So now that they've lowered the height of the accessory structures and seeing the situation there, that on the adjacent property, there's a similar encroachment. And so I think, although this is pushing the envelope, I think it is compatible with the neighborhood and this specific site. So I can support the accessory structures. And I have the same view of the garage. I think the garage where it is allows them to preserve the house and create a nice garden. And I think if a lot of care is taken in the elevation facing the street, which they're indicating here with the carriage doors, that I can make an exception in having it face the street. But I definitely would want them to continue softening that elevation, really making it look more like a structure other than a garage, carriage doors and elements.
Yeah, it would be our intent to make that feel like a house.
Right. And in that case, I can support the project. One option could be to flip it 90 degrees, like some of the board members have said, and only have 2 doors and a gable and do a tandem garage. I don't know if that would help mitigate some of the frontage to the street. Might be something to consider, but I think I can support this if it's done with care, which I think in general your whole proposal is well conceived for a very challenging situation. But again, I'm willing to make some compromises in order to preserve that existing structure, and I think this will be very appropriate for the neighborhood in the end.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
Could you go back to the site plan there, Dave, real quick? So I'm kind of torn as well. I like Dave's idea, the idea of maybe doing a tandem. I'm more concerned about, because of the slope that comes up off the street, you drive up pretty steep to the garage, and so it's going to feel even more looming, I think, on that elevation. So I worry a little bit about that being very tall. I would definitely look at that elevation and consider the position of the gable, removing the gable. I think the alignment of the gables in relation to the doors below don't seem to jive, as Don Sharp was mentioning. It just, there's something not quite right about it. If it could work to scoot the garage a little bit forward, I mean, I really appreciate all that you're doing in the back of the house. I have no problem with the remodel of the house and the smaller structures that are detached. I think I really appreciate all you're doing. The site works great. And really the only issue I have is the garage. And I mean, if it could scoot forward on the property and you could tandem park, that may be an option to get the doors on the end and make that structure look a little more like a residence, and even provide a little more planting there in front off the street to help screen that structure to make it look even further more like residence, and still maintain your courtyard potentially. So, I mean, I would consider that, look at that. Like I said, I do appreciate all the other work you've done. I think you've done a wonderful job on the rest of it. It's just the garage is the only sticking point for me.
Sticking point here.
Yeah.
Something that we were considering is actually reducing or grading out like 2 feet to get the garage lower. And I don't know if the board would be amenable to seeing what that may look like coming back for our next presentation, but that would help the slope. That would create a less looming structure. And then we'll definitely look for some landscape opportunities, you know, in front of it as well.
Yeah, and
I think that's a really good idea here, is to get the garage down, you know, so it does, you know, it's not up there. And the other question I had, Bill, was, is there, in order for you to do all of this paving that's in front of the garage, I mean, I don't remember I just remember walking up the driveway.
It is existing.
Well, I think that Dave is now kind of colored it green. Is there a wall proposed on the street side of this paving? Is there going to be something built there to put all of this paving on?
That paving is there already.
That is correct. The paving is there
All
already.
Okay, I missed that completely this morning then. I never saw that. Okay, so all that paving is there already.
You are correct. It's already there. It's blacktop asphalt already there. And then what is colored in green is a garden bed. And then what is in red is a stone wall. And then another stone wall in upper tier kind of comes in like that. So there's ample landscaping, and you only get, you know, the actual width of the driveway opening at, you know, 20 feet or something to get the full visibility of that structure.
Right. And also don't forget they're removing all that pavement that's there along the existing north boundary line. All that's going away.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, and you might consider
20 feet wide all the way down the north property line is being eliminated back to.
That's being eliminated.
Yeah.
All of that paving is being eliminated, and it's all landscape.
You might consider flipping the garage so that the stair is on the side of the house, and that would also maybe allow you to put the stair on that side versus the other. It might get,
if you guys
it in, maybe that would be better.
Yeah.
Drop it and put the stair on that side. It might help reduce some
Yeah.
of the, and increase your planting area possibly.
Yeah, that
So
would work.
I would certainly consider that, but look at those elevations as well. I think just a further study on that, on the gables.
Okay.
Am I
Second floor, so.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. This is Jay Harkrider. I'm the property owner. I appreciate everyone's comments, and, you know, also appreciate Jeff's hard work, because we have put a ton of time and thought into, you know, these plans. I think the direction that I lean first off related to the paving, as you guys all pointed out, I believe we'll end up with significantly less paving than there is today. You know, Jeff and I had spoken about decreasing the elevation of that garage, which we'll definitely incorporate into the next round. which will make it a less looming structure from the street. For perspective on, obviously Jeff and I will talk after the call. I really like the idea of trying to make it look like a home, the garage. I personally hesitate, on the idea of flipping it. A couple of people might have seen my young daughter. We have young children, and that backyard, the way that the garage is situated on the lot today, would enable us for a nice sized backyard. If we flipped it, I'd worry that it would start to really impact that area back there, and programming that we've put together to date. So I think that our goal will be to hopefully work towards massaging that elevation of the garage to improve that. And then also, as I mentioned, decreasing kind of the height of that by dropping it down a couple feet, so that it's more approachable from the street. The degree for the cars to drive up to it is a little less steep as well. But I guess we'll look forward to next round, and do appreciate all the feedback.
Great, thank you, Jay, I appreciate it. Okay, so we'll have you, so what do we want to do? They're here for further conceptual review. Do we give them further concept and preliminary next time?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's do that. We'll move you to further concept and preliminary, and we'll see you when you can get back here. Great.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
On to item 7, 350 Woodley Road. This one is here for further concept review, and we have minutes from that last meeting. Second story element lacks integration with rest of architecture, needs further study. 3D model could help show how it ties together. And provide neighborhood compatibility study to justify FAR. Site visits with story poles required. So we went out there today and we saw the property. So if the applicant is online, please give us your name and give us your presentation.
Hi, I'm William Hefner. Alexa Newman and I are the architects for this project. And first of all, thank you to the board for coming out today. I hope it was helpful for everyone. So I just sort of go through the changes to the project since you've seen it. And I know we presented before and you saw the story poles today. Yes, your comments before were 3D perspectives, story poles, and you wanted to see the second floor addition look more or relate to the house in some way. And so anyway, so I guess I wanted to speak to things in general before we go through things specifically. So with the overall remodel to the house, we're trying to put the house kind of back to what the original vision was. There was a late 90s or early 2000s remodeling addition to it that gave it sort of a heavy character, bulky beam ends, and sort of, as we discussed, so the Yosemite entry to the house and this addition of the stone. And what the owners would like to do, and we're on board as well, is to sort of keep the low horizontal character of the house and to embellish it. So to reduce the projections of the roofs and the beams and that to something that felt more elegant. The party for the addition is basically, as we explained, trying to keep it as low as possible. We discussed initially and tried a pitched roof like the house, and it just became so bulky. And what we've tried to do with the addition on the second floor is to make it feel almost more like a clear story than a whole level. And as I discussed, as we've been developing the plans and subsequent to seeing you last time, we have made the vocabulary of the ADU that on the site to relate to the addition and tie the two pieces together. So there's sort of a differentiation between the addition and the interventions on the house from the original house in that respect. And I guess one other misunderstanding I wanted to clarify was when we were at the house, I was saying how we intended to reclad the house, but actually for budgetary reasons and just sort of preference, the it's not being reclad, it's being painted, but it's not being reclad, the exterior of the house. Anyway, so I'm going to let Alexa kind of run through the plans, the items that are so key in the presentation for you, and then we'll take questions or whatever.
Thank you. So nothing much has changed in the floor plans, but if you could go to the elevation sheet of the main house. Yep. You'll see that central volume. John, I think you had the comment on it from last time. We've matched the lower windows with the lower doors with the upper doors to try and create a little bit more of a cohesive volume for that addition. We also lowered the ceiling, the height inside and out, the ridge height of the second floor addition by a foot. That makes the ceiling height inside 9 feet. And in terms of the aesthetics, I think it makes a big difference. And we also don't really want to go any lower than that for the ceiling height. I think you guys saw from the story poles, it nests in there pretty well. Let's see. I'll let you guys comment on the elevations after we're done. One thing I'd like to do is go to the landscape plan, which is a few sheets. Yes. Last time we had changed the pool location. It's correct on this landscape plan. And we have it where it is. We were kind of standing out there this morning at the site visit where you can see like a forest of pepper trees, but not much else at that location on the adjoining properties. The landscape work is fairly limited. The owners love the character of the site. It fits really well with the architecture, and we're just proposing more synthetic lawn at the entry area and to replace the synthetic lawn where we're taking out the pool and, you know, to kind of patch to patch where the existing pool is, just to maintain the open character where the view side of the house is. I think the last thing is, if you go back up, there's a second sheet of elevations. Yes, that one. And there's a garage with an ADU over it. The ADU is at level with the house. So the garage is tucked into the hillside, and that is our required 2-car parking. So there's a garage in that same location now, and it wasn't feasible to underpin it and get a garage underneath it. And so we're proposing this new structure that the style of which ties in with the second story addition. So I'm not sure how you guys comment on it, since it's the same structure and the ADU is out of the scope, but the garage is into the scope.
Very carefully.
Yes. But with that, I'll let you comment.
Govern our words.
Yes.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation?
It completes my presentation.
Okay.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Great. Thank you. Let's do questions of the board. Sam, do you have any questions?
Sorry, I was unmuting myself. I guess the garage next to the building now, the existing garage, there's a big cedar on the north. And I see from this configuration, didn't understand on the site that that's not being taken out. No trees are being removed to create this understory garage, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Correct.
And then the question about the pool, and this comes back to the original presentation back when you first started, is that pool inside the setbacks? It looks like it's very close to the property lines, and I was concerned about its impact neighbor-wise. And I guess in the site, I forgot to look down. You talked about some pepper trees screening that corner, but I don't recall. Is it inside the setback?
No, it's right against the 5-foot setback for the side yard.
But it's in, oh yeah, it's not in the setback, but it's, yeah.
But is it 5 feet or is it
Yeah.
a 10-foot setback? Is it 5 feet?
It's a 5-foot setback.
Is that correct, Kimberly, in this zone?
I am sorry, can you refresh my memory on
Woodley Road?
Woodley Road? So inland area 2E1, and it's which setback, the rear or the side?
Looks like side yard.
Side, right.
So the side yard setback is going to be 10% the width of the lot. It appears that this lot is clearly larger than 100 feet in width. Therefore, they're going to have a maximum 10-foot side yard setback.
Yeah.
Or pools, for pool structures.
Yeah, pool structures have to meet the front and side yard setbacks. They can be located in the rear yard, but they cannot be located in the side yard setback.
So
we need to move that.
Can it be as close as 5 feet in the rear yard? I mean, it's encroaching in the rear yard, it's encroaching in the side yard. That's my concern.
It actually can be on the rear property line. The pool equipment has to be 5 feet from from any property line, regardless of the setback.
Which that is to the southwest. The pool equipment is kind of over by the tank area in your equipment yard.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the questions I have at this point. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Let's see, John Watson, questions?
Thank you. Between the new garage and the new entry, you have a darker green area. Currently, it's lawn. Currently, it's a turnaround area. Are you proposing that to be a lawn material, or what are you doing there?
Yes, that's going to be synthetic lawn. That's a play area.
Okay. That's number one. Number two, the entry to the building does not seem to provide a clear signal that those doors are more important than any other doors on that courtyard. Have you considered other ways to strengthen those doors so that they become more commanding?
I mean, we sort of discussed it briefly at the site. I think in light of everything, we're happy to look at that part of it to see we can do it. Again, part of the reason is that that area inside the entry is sort of an oversized entry that's really usable. It's like kind of game table and reading area. So we didn't want to encumber the view to the outside by, say, doing a solid front door, but I do believe there's more we can do about it. So we're certainly open to looking at it. So.
Okay, and then let me ask the last question, which is, I fear that the mixing of materials from an older previous style matched out with a new, cleaner, more bold material or approach with the glass walls could potentially be viewed as either incompetence or genius, depending on how it's done. And I'm wondering if you have a comment about those materials sitting next to each other.
I think that, I mean, I'm hoping it's the latter, but it's a bold statement. But one of the things we're doing to tie them together, which isn't as apparent in this drawing, is we're painting the siding, existing siding quite dark. So there's not that much contrast between the existing siding and the metal. I think that's our attempt to sort of tie it together. So when viewed as a whole, it feels consistent that way. So I'd say that's our main move.
And do you have your color palette on this presentation or no?
Yes, we do. It's the second sheet.
Yeah, that would be really good for us to see.
or sorry, second sheet, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, John. Claire, did you have any questions?
No.
No questions. Don Sharp, any questions?
Yes, can you go to the site plan again, please? The three circles at the bottom there, and the long driveway going to them, and I'm sorry I missed the site visit, but are those water tanks there, or are they part of the pool equipment, and where is the pool equipment, and so forth?
The water tanks are there. They are for landscape irrigation. And that driveway goes to a neighboring property to the south and then just dead ends where the water tanks are. It's not clear. There's a gate there that should show, I'll make sure it shows on our
Okay.
next plan. So they are hidden and they're quite a ways down from the rest of the site. So you don't really see them. You look over them from the house and they're hidden from everyone else. And we just placed the pool equipment to the east of those water tanks.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, those are pretty hidden from standing above, Don. You couldn't really see them from, just the tops, very bare tops of them from the property above. Dave Mendro, what are your questions?
I don't have any questions, Bill. Thanks.
Questions. So my question is, you zoom in right where the green and the driveway sort of ends there, Dave? Yeah, right there. Are you just, you've got the garage parking, and then are you having guests, if they need to park, they'll just pull up to the edge of that new landscape area and then walk across that to get to the front door? Or are you proposing at some point some kind of pathways that lead to the front door? Or I suppose that's not developed yet.
There is uncovered parking at the end of that driveway, just as you've said. On our site plan, which is up near the top of the set, I think there are those spaces marked. Just, let's see, sheet 6. Yes.
Oh, okay. So,
That's where they're shown. Yeah. And so that's our one required uncovered spot plus another one. There's plenty of room for 2 spots.
So guests would come up there and then they'd just walk across the lawn there to the entry. Okay.
Yes.
And no proposed hardscapes or anything in that area. That'll just be a play area of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that was all I had for questions. Did I get everybody? I think I did.
Oh, are we on questions?
Yeah, did you get a chance?
Yeah, no, I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Where's the fire department turnaround?
The fire department hammerhead is being reviewed by Aaron and Alex. It goes from east to west across the proposed garage ADU, and then the T is the driveway to the garage. But that looks to me like that's where those 2 guest parkings are. Is that what you're saying? Is that where the guest parking is? They're gonna come up and then back out and go back out? Is that how it looks? Because it's further west. And it's actually
here, Claire, right?
What?
Is it like that?
Yes. If you go to the second to last sheet, that's the civil sheet, and it actually has all the dimensions.
Oh, there. Okay.
Cross slope. Second to last. Yes, that one.
So
and
that
you can see that dimension.
So you're changing the driveway configuration then? I mean, you're widening the.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's where I was. Yeah, I see. So this is more. This is very much wider. Oh, I see. Here's the line. It's much wider than what's existing.
Yes, and that's the standard for Montecito Fire with a second, since we're doing the ADU, it has to be 16 feet
Oh, I
wide.
completely understand Montecito Fire Department regulations. I deal with them all the time in my
You
life.
understand, yes.
Yes, I do, absolutely, especially when it comes to Montecito. Okay, fine. And
Okay,
I just all of a sudden kind of with all the conversation, I went, where is the fire? Where are they going to turn around when they got to the end of this driveway? You know, that's why.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claire. Let's go to see if there's public comment on this item. Is there anyone there in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 7, 350 Woodley Road?
Bill, I didn't receive any letters and nobody has their hands up. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment. We'll go to board members' comments. John Watson, what do you think?
Okay, I think that there are some technical issues which we did not talk about, which I will address. I did review the FAR statement, and there's not a compelling, easy route or overwhelming route of compliance here, but with the surrounding neighborhoods. But there are other projects in the area of this size, some which are a lot larger than this, and I think it's going to be okay. I can support it on that level. When I was driving down, I came up from the north on Woodley and I exited on the south, and I looked back up and I could see the story poles there. The case that William was trying to make on site, that a hipped roof would become more visible. I concur with him after driving down towards the ocean, towards the south, looking back. So I think that this is okay. From my questions, it's clear to others, I am sure, that the integration of, and I'm sure it's done for financial reasons, the integration of an existing house of one style with a brand new thought like this, I'm not convinced is done yet. I think it may be able to be solved by really addressing the front door. You have a board formed concrete as part of your materials. It may be by integrating that more around the entry. Maybe that's not a good idea, but to study it. But one of the things that I notice is not on either the plans or on the elevations or on these little sketches is any kind of landscaping that would really provide up against the house, which would provide a context for the building and a depth to the building so that the materials of the building are not right there in your face, which they are now, even with the landscaping that's there now. So while I think that this is a relatively easy project to approve from a community standard point of view, mass, bulk, and scale, FAR, things of that nature, I think that it is a challenging piece of architecture that I am desperately hoping the architect will grab onto and somehow find a way to pull it all together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, what are your comments?
Okay, Claire brought up something with that front drive that I was going to bring up. Since the site visit, I was there, and obviously if there's no interior court to allow some extra backup or turnaround space, it's very difficult to imagine without some extension or a pullout or a turnout, being able to get up there and to negotiate the steepness without a little bit of configuring of the backup space for the guests. So that and the fire department aspect of minimums is going to be kind of key to the site planning. I am concerned about the pool encroachment. I think we've got that at least identified. So you'll kind of bring something back that makes that kind of live within the rules. The style question is again something that John touched on, and I do think some layering and softening in that courtyard might help. Maybe there's additional trees that integrate the site into that courtyard and soften some of that plopping on of the big style change of the top architectural piece. Maybe we can add some layers of landscaping in there that might help it. Not opposed to the idea. I think it really shows itself in that one perspective on the back, looking at the two gables and then the large overhanging flat roof, kind of zooming above everything. So I think there is some integration of the materials that needs to go from bottom to top that would help me. I am not concerned after the site visit about the community viewing this. I think it's far enough removed from other homes and high enough in a way it's not going to present itself as anything but another building and another residence on the hilltop. But I'd like to see some more integration of the upper and lower floor in the entry, and maybe some landscaping in that front courtyard that ties it in. It just would be a shock to get up there and see those two pieces without a little bit more integration, or maybe some softening with some landscape in that foreground approach as you get there. So that's my address at this point.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Claire, what are your comments?
I would like the applicant to restudy the front door. I think Mr. Watson brought it up. I mean, it's really disconcerting for me that we've got that nobody, if you weren't familiar with what you were on, what we're going to see is we're not going to see a front door. And so then we're going to have this green lawn and glass. And I think that the landscaping needs to address the directional ability for someone to find the front door. Because right now, you park all the way out on the driveway, and then you come up to the house and you're in the mass of green, a wonderful representation of a lawn. I mean, I really liked that when I was on site. It really looks good. And I think having that all open in that courtyard is great, except it needs to have something that directs somebody to the front door, because nobody's going to really know where that door is the way it's drawn. And it needs to be softened with landscaping. That's my comment.
All right, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, your comments?
Hi, again, I apologize for missing the site visit because this is a particularly difficult decision, and for me to comment on a project to comment on based on not having been there. But I obviously want to make sure that as much as possible, the two structures blend together, and this doesn't seem very much out of place. I do agree that the entrance from the guest parking to the front door needs to be defined somewhat better, but evidently hearing the other comments, the screening, the natural screening in the neighborhood, and I think this is somewhat, or has become somewhat of an eclectic neighborhood. And, this could very well fit in quite well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Dave Mendro, your comments on this?
Sure. My main concern before visiting the site was the mass bulk and scale and visibility of it. And I think, once again, this site visit really helped with that. I mean, the reality is this is pretty well nestled into the site, not highly visible. And so from a mass bulk and scale and community view and impact perspective, I can support the project. From a design standpoint, my subjective opinion aligns with a lot of the others. I think this feels very, very forced to me. I understand the concept, but I don't clipping the eaves on the existing house and then extending these big flat horizontal roofs and on the addition. And a lot of the other things feel very forced to me. The entry is just everything about it. That all being said, I think because it's not impacting the community and the neighbors, and if this is really what the architect and their client wants, I can see this working potentially, but I have the same comment right away as several of the other board members, including Sam, is running that synthetic lawn right up to the house everywhere. It's almost like the house is in a parking lot, even though it's green. And so it really exasperates everything that I'm concerned about. There's no screening, no softness. Again, if that's what the client wants, I guess that's appropriate. But all these things just really push it to the edge. So I'd really encourage, I mean, to me, a gable roof on those two structures would tie everything in so much better, and some landscaping to soften it. So I would encourage the applicant to go back to their clients and discuss all these things and make sure that this is an awfully forced concept. But again, I think our charge is to view things from the neighborhood and community, and I think on that aspect they've solved the problem. Thanks.
If I may speak for a moment, my name is Tom. I'm the owner of the house, or the client, as we've been saying, and both Dave and Claire, I want to just thank you for explaining it, both as you just did there. To William and Alexa's defense, they have been arguing with me for more landscaping on the green area in the central way and pathways to the front door. Let me just explain for 2 seconds our context here, and then I think there's probably a happy medium that we can go back with Alexa and William on. Our context is two things. One is, it's horrible to say, but we had the prior owner of this house, it was in such neglect. There were rats absolutely everywhere, and they were living in all of the bushes and hedges that were right up against the house. And we took them all out, which completely solved the rat problem. So I know it's not something everybody likes to discuss, but basically things growing directly against the house, it just was like a rat haven. So that's something that we're trying to make sure that whatever we put back, we don't put things directly against the house, because I'm like a child when I see a rat, I run screaming, and I don't want them in my house. The second is, we have 3 young children, and I really like that kind of sense of, we want to create a lawn for them where they can actually play and run, and there's no sidewalks in this neighborhood. It's like there's no place outside of the house that they can actually play. And so having that big courtyard is something we really are trying to do. It's a big grassy area, but I totally hear the comments here. And I think there's a bunch of revs that William and Alexa have done historically that show pathways and show things like that. So I think we can take this offline and incorporate a lot of the thoughts here. I just want to thank everybody for those thoughts, because I hearing it from you really, that way Alexa and William don't have to say I told you so. I think you guys, I hear what you're saying, and I acknowledge it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I too agree with the board members' comments. As Dave mentioned very well, I think that, mass, bulk, and scale is fine. I think the scope of the work and the quantity of the addition is all fine. I think what the disparity I have with it is the blending of the flat roof and the pitched roof, and not that that's not a successful thing, and it couldn't be. It certainly could be a successful element. It's maybe the continuation of that. Maybe it needs a little more, and maybe there's some areas, not to design it for you, but maybe there's some areas around the entry where some flat roof could be introduced, and that creates maybe more of a sense of entry, and maybe it's introducing some of the board form walls, as John had mentioned, in the site plan layouts, and creating a sense of entry through walkways and layering of planting. So I think, in terms of the square footage, I think we're all fine with it. It's really just a matter of trying to blend this architecture with itself. And I think it does help, certainly, to have the garage and the ADU to kind of match in style. That certainly helps, but I think maybe the house needs a little bit more treatment. So that being said, I think you're here for your further conceptual review. I would say let's continue with that. The concept review, come back with some additional ideas and thoughts. I think you're heading in the right direction. Certainly, generally speaking, with mass, bulk, and scale, it's just tweaking the design. All right.
Bill, I would suggest they come back for conceptual slash preliminary, so they have an opportunity if they are able to respond to our comments.
All right, that'd be fine. Let's do that. We'll say come back for further concept and preliminary.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Go on to item 8. That's 1355 Danielson Road. This one's here for conceptual review. It does have a planner. Is there an applicant online? They can give us, so let me read the minutes from before. Provide neighborhood FAR study. Consider rotating structure by 90 degrees and utilizing shared access easement. Consider adding architectural elements to add visual interest. Okay, is the applicant online? Hello, I see Zoran on there. You're muted? Anybody there? Hello? Zoran, are you there?
Zoran and Paul.
All there.
I see them both. I don't hear them. They're muted. Are you muted? Hello? Anybody for item 8, 1355 Danielson? Going once, going twice.
Paul, they're waiting for you.
We're waiting for you too.
Yeah.
Oh, there was something wrong with my mute. I'm sorry. Paul is going to pick up right now.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Good.
Are you having a problem, Paul?
I've been looking at this screen for 3 hours, hearing everything that happened. 10 seconds ago, I got bounced off. So now it's trying to connect again.
So he's unfortunately reconnecting. It bounced him off.
Okay. Are you able to present it, Zoran, for him or no?
He is hopefully jumping on right now. I'd rather have Paul do it because he's way better at it.
Okay.
I can there's a few things that I could say. We spent a lot of time studying moving the building sideways, and it just really didn't work for the property or any kind of aesthetic. And then we actually talked to the neighbors who were, in the last meeting, and they really don't want us to use even though we have the right, the driveway easement. So we went back to studying the building as we originally had it because it just didn't work and we weren't getting any support from the neighbor. Paul, are you on yet?
Am I allowed to get into this meeting? Have I just been blocked from this meeting? Because it is not, the site cannot, I am not allowed into this meeting.
All right, for some reason, they're not allowing Paul into the meeting. We've been on this phone for 3 hours. And now.
Okay,
So then
well, it looks like Sharon is offline because she's the one that.
I'm here.
Okay, can Sharon?
Sharon, can you let Paul in?
It's not a matter of letting him in.
It's what?
It's not a matter of letting him in.
Paul, it's not a matter of letting you in. There's something not happening on your end.
Yes, to click the link.
So then.
Shall we come back to this one?
Come back. Let me go reset. I'm not at my desk. I'm in a
yeah.
So I need to go and resend.
Shall we can come back to this one? Shall we do that?
I think that's a good idea, Bill.
Okay. We'll come back to this, Zoran.
Oh, wait, he's doing a copy and paste now for the. Can we just wait one more second?
Okay.
Ashley, here I am. Join in progress. Position. Page. Amber and join. Launch the meeting.
Oh, he's launching meeting. I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
It's
Okay.
technology.
Dave, while we're messing around with this, can you expand the FAR number so I can see it? I mean, I don't know how to do that.
Paul, are you getting on yet or no?
Is there a study somewhere did they do?
Yeah, so I'll put that up next. I'll
Yeah.
zero in on this first.
Okay, that's what I want, yeah.
Hey,
You have to unmute yourself.
oh, now I'm unmuted. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Hello?
Yes, we got it. Okay.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Paul. Yes, we can. Go ahead, Paul.
Apologize for that. I don't know what happened. I was ready to speak and I just got booted. So at the last MBAR presentation, you gave us 3 things to take a look at. One was the position of the building, another was a cantilever of the 2nd floor, and the third was the FAR study. I'd like to start with the site planning and the positioning of the building if I could. Is it possible to get 2 site plans on the screen? That's the position of the building that we were presenting the last go around. We did a study where I turned the building 90 degrees and how that would affect the site planning. Is it possible to see that as well so you guys can get a quick back and forth comparison?
Is that this other file that's Danielson?
It would be called site plan rotated. You see it there?
I don't have that.
That would be the 3rd one down. It says, I see aided, so maybe it's
I
rotated.
can't see the list of drawings because they're underneath, but there we go.
There it is.
That's it,
So
right there.
is it possible for us to get both of those visible on the screen? There we go. That's beautiful. So
Because
on the left,
Mr. Mendro is a master at this stuff.
yeah.
Way to go, Dave.
You
Way to
are
go.
really happy.
My
to
kids
be
are the
Mendro.
masters. I'm a grasshopper.
So the plan on the left was the plan we presented last time. It's basically the 4-car garage from left to right. And then there's a pea gravel staging area in front of it. You can see that the positioning of that garage is influenced by the 50-foot front setback. And then on the left, there's a driveway easement, and on the right, there's an electrical easement. We like that arrangement, but the committee had asked us to study a rotation. So I rotated the building 90 degrees. Now our garage is facing the shared driveway easement to the left. So we would pull into and back out of the garage from the driveway easement. You might have your own opinions about that. There's a number of things that Zorn and I don't like about that. There's a long green hedge between his property here and the shared driveway easement. To get into this garage, we'd have to take out about 40 feet of that green hedge there on the edge of the driveway easement. He's not happy about that, and also the neighbors behind are not. You can see also that this rotated garage kind of intrudes about 15 feet into the decorative garden between the garage and the existing house. If you look on the left, you can kind of see the outlines of that decorative garden. It's really just pea gravel, flowers, a stone border, a fountain in the middle. And we were hoping to retain that garden. On the right, we sort of imposed the new building on that garden. So that's going to involve some considerable revisions to that garden planning there in the loss of space. We prefer the new building further away from the existing residence.
Paul, one other thing to say about that is that there's a lot of heavy hedges and trees in the front of this where the garage is going to be, where the garage is going, that screens probably 50% of the garage.
Oh,
from the
yeah, if
street.
you're looking at the site plan, look at the Danielson Road up there at the top. There's a large tree there, and around that tree, there are a number of hedges and low bushes. So Zorn is correct. About 50% of the view into the site is blocked from Danielson Road. And there's quite a large, almost a 24-foot space between the proposed garage and all those bushes and hedges. So you don't really see this building clearly from the street. It's certainly screened, about at least 50% of it is screened. Okay. That's basically, that's the analysis of that placement. If you go back to the package on the left, that's the package that has our building elevations. Go ahead. That's the existing survey. Here is the development of the elevations. I think you skipped over the floor plan sheet. Yeah.
Fine, we don't care about floor plans.
Okay, yeah, and I understand the ADU is not in your purvey. Real simple. The elevations, all I'm showing here is that I realized with this garage footprint, I had a little extra square footage to the ADU that I could use. So it behooved us to cantilever the second floor over the doors of the garage, and we actually like that, breaking up the massing. So I could increase my ADU without having to increase the garage. And you'll see the cantilever in the sections below and stuff. And then the last sheet is just door and window scheduling. It's mostly ADUs, it's not really under your purvey also. Did you want to look at the FAR neighborhood analysis?
Yes.
Okay. I've got two sheets here. One is the map and one is the chart for the comparison. There's my map. I did the best I could with this. I was asking our planner, assigned planner, and she said she didn't have any opinions on it. She said the committee will tell you whether they like it or not. Okay. So I didn't get much guidance, but you can see I've got an under and an over on this plan. So in that orange highlight, those are the properties that seem to be, over the FAR, and then the other ones seem to be a little bit under. It's a mix. It really depends upon, in this neighborhood, whether an existing beach cottage has been expanded with a second floor or not. That would influence whether it ends up being under or not. And that's what you're seeing in most of those orange ones. You can see the actual numbers for this on the chart. You probably are more versed in reading these analysis than I am. I just laid it out to the best of my ability. We have that chart available. I don't know if that shows you anything, or if you prefer to look at the map. Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
There's
Perfect.
my overs and my unders.
And what's your address? What is your address again?
We are 1355, so we're about two-thirds of the way down.
I found you.
Yeah, and we're under because we're under with the existing building, not adding anything new, obviously. That's what that's showing. Okay.
Then you're 26 over with the addition.
Yeah, that will be a change. Correct. When you look at my chart on my cover sheet actually shows the FAR with the addition. That's correct. Let's check that out. Blow that up.
Does that include the AD? Does that include the ADU, Paul?
Yeah, this is garage and ADU. I'm up to 127 there. So we bounce up on this one with the new additions. The map and chart is existing condition. This chart is proposed conditions. Okay.
All right, does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple project, and I wanted just to show you the three things that you asked us to look at. So you might have questions about those or more clarification, or if you want to analyze them or blow up in more detail.
We'll go into questions now. John Watson, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Have you reviewed either or both of these proposals with the fire department, please?
Yes, the fire department, Montecito Fire Department has walked the site for us, and they had no objections to either proposal. They signed off on our access driveway to the back property. Actually, it's a little shy on the paving. It's only 11 feet of paving, but it's very easy to make it 12 foot of paving on that access driveway. If you scroll through these drawings, you can see a view down that driveway. I'm sorry, if you scroll through the photo.
That was a great photo that just was up.
Okay, so what you were saying is that 100% of the access being requested by the fire department is along the western driveway, the driveway on the western property edge. Is that correct?
100% of the access to the property in the back is along.
No, to your property for the fire
To the
department.
side also.
Okay, so let me try asking it again. So the fire department has said that 100% of their access is satisfied solely by the driveway on the western side of your property.
I'm not clear on the question at all.
So Paul, what he's asking is when Alex came out from the fire department, he cleared both of these design proposals for, we were okay with fire for the back property and our property. And the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I got confused when he said 100% of the access is on the western driveway. No, that's only the access for the property behind.
But for the fire department, they are willing to do 100% of their access along that solely along that one driveway.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Is that it, John?
I think so.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, Claire, did you have any questions?
No,
No questions.
No.
Don Sharp, any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Sam Maphis, any questions?
Yeah, just one, kind of looking at the pictures brought up the question, do both of these options remove any trees? Or does one, or they preserve those trees that we're looking at? How does this building fit amongst those? You talked about the group on the right.
Mhm.
I think that is between you and the easement. That, you know, softens some of that. But then I guess the left tree, is that on property?
Yes, the tree on the left is kind of a large pine tree, and its trunk is in the electrical easement, so that's not a problem. Depending upon the position of the new building, we may be involved with trimming some of the branches of the pine tree. If you scroll through these photos, you've got a better look of that pine tree from another angle. Yeah, right
There
there.
it is.
There's a,
But we don't
there's a
plan on taking
branch
that
right
tree
above
out.
that pickup truck. That's probably going into either position of the garage.
Gotcha. So your option 1 and 2 would trim that to
Would
fit the
need some
building
pruning,
in
yeah, we
and
need
amongst that.
pruning on that pine tree for sure.
And you'd look at taking care of the root system with your footprint, whatever that is.
Of
Okay,
course.
that's the question. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Let's see. Don Sharp, did I ask you? Did you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. And Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
No questions, Bill. Thanks.
I have a question for you, Kimberly. Go to the site plan there, if you would, Dave. Is there anything in the ordinance that would allow them to build into the front setback with ADU and garage? Just out of curiosity.
They could request a modification from the front yard setback. I think the maximum reduction they would have to meet is 16.5-foot setback from the edge of the right of way, I believe. So they could get a modification or potentially a variance.
If I can ask for clarification, you're saying we could request a modification, but not necessarily that we would be granted one. Is that correct?
You would have to process a modification and go before the Montecito Planning Commission for their approval to reduce the front yard setback.
Okay. Okay.
The only other issue in that front yard setback is, Paul, isn't there that the big electrical and telephone poles there?
Well, yeah, but that's all on the right.
Okay.
That pine tree is like 12 inches away from the power pole there in the blow up.
Okay.
And so you're correct, Soren. The further I bring that building forward, the closer it gets to the pine tree. And if right now we're catty corner to the pine tree, but if we come forward 10 feet and we're immediately to the left of the pine tree, that's probably going to be more pine tree trimming. Can you see where the tree trunk is there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're better off for the pine tree trimming in the position that we're at now, right behind that 50-foot setback, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, that was all I had for questions. Did I get everybody? Did everybody get their questions in? Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Was there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 8 through 1355 Danielson Road?
I don't have anybody.
Nobody? Okay. All right, let's close public comment and go to comments from the members of the board. John Watson, what do you think about this garage addition AD?
Okay, well, okay, so what I've been trying to get at is a way to provide as much landscaping at the street as possible. And the reason that I had suggested rotating the garage, because that would therefore give all of that area between Danielson and the edge of the garage, the north face of the garage, basically off the landscaping of some kind.
Yeah.
I think the reason I was querying about the fire department access with the vigor that I gave was because if the fire department does not need to enter into the driveway of the ADU garage, that means that the normally 16-foot wide, 14-foot wide gates that we normally have driven by the fire department need not be provided from Danielson. And it could go down to something like 10 feet, that's probably too small. 12 feet is probably more than adequate with landscaping on either side. And if it had and that gate is permitted to be 6 feet high. So from a everyday walking by, driving by standpoint of view, if that's an attractive gate and there's a hedge on both the left and the right-hand side looking in, that would, I think, provide a nice buffering to this building, even if it's facing, the primary portion of the building is facing east-west, the primary access. I tend to like the other orientation where the building is facing north-south. What I found curious is the applicant did not grab onto that by showing a staircase along the rear. And I believe that what he is trying to do is actually create 2 units up above, but that's probably not our concern.
No, that's not.
No, it's only 1 unit above.
No, that's not.
Okay, so the staircase could easily be relocated and push the building 4 feet, 5 feet to the east by just a simple reconfiguration of that staircase. And
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
and I personally prefer this because it gives a very generous landscaping buffer to Danielson. I do understand the concern expressed by the neighbors because what they're going to say is people are not going to park in the garage. They're going to park out front, and the tail of their cars are going to be actually in the driveway. So, and unfortunately, that's probably true. So while I preferred architecturally, I think as long as there was a well-developed entry landscape buffer to the street and presumably between the driveway and that parking area, I think I might be okay with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam, what's your comments?
Well, I really appreciate you looking at this alternative option. And the objection in the beginning was certainly all the garage doors and, you know, garage activity facing Danielson. So I subjectively really appreciate the second option better, and having all the cars and parking activity and turning activity happening in that already paved easement certainly makes sense. And then preserving the landscaping that you described and that we saw on your photographs is great in terms of making it more of a residential presentation to the neighborhood, to the community. So I would have you continue to study that option, in my opinion, because I think that's more favorable to the neighborhood overall compatibility of this new 2-story structure. It looks too much like a stacked 2-story mass in its presentation on the first option. I like the other one turned. It has a much better character to the street. Thank you.
So Sam, just to clarify, not this one, the other one is the one you
Correct.
prefer.
Prefer the other one, John. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Thank you. Well, I certainly agree with Sam and his comments. I think turning it, maybe even bringing it over to the easement to allow a little more backup space and parking for the cars, if that's possible, would be a good improvement. But I find it very difficult to think that 4-car garage facing Danielson is a good solution. So I would agree to turning it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Claire, your comments? Claire?
Well, I guess I'm going to be the outlier here. I really think, given this particular neighborhood, which is pretty much all about rentals and there's cars all over the place, I'm okay with the proposed configuration. Not the new one, but the original one. And especially since that they've now taken it to the neighbor, and the neighbor doesn't like the new configuration either. And for me, I don't like the switching it over, because it takes away, it's going to take away a lot of the open space between the two buildings. It kind of, yeah, see, yeah, when
Yes.
you see that, see,
Yes.
all of that garden space is now going to be gone.
Yes.
And I'm more interested in having garden space and landscape space between these two buildings and getting all the landscaping done with some trees and whatever we need to do out in the front where we've got all these people parking. You know, I think that's the area to be landscaped, and not leaving the building as proposed, not turning it, and just do the work that's needed out in front of the building to landscape it and make it set back. That's all.
All right, thank you, Claire.
This is Zorn. Can I say just one thing?
Let's finish the comments and then
Okay.
we'll let you talk. Dave Mendro, what's your comments on this?
I have the exact opposite opinion as Claire. I think
I know, I knew I was going to be the outlier here.
if you were coming in with 100% FAR or less, then I would give it more consideration. But once you're asking for 127%, then I think it's our duty to really look at it more closely. And I think a 4-car garage, 2-story structure facing the street is a significant impact. And if, you know, that's something you're asking for more. And so from my perspective, this second scheme allows you to landscape and buffer what you're asking for from the neighborhood. And the compromise is you have to reduce your landscape area between the buildings. And I can't support the other option. Whereas this one, if you landscape and address the neighbors' concerns for privacy and screening, I could potentially support this. Otherwise, you need to, and for me to get my support, you need to reduce the size of the project.
All right, thank you, Dave. I agree with Dave and John and Sam and Don. I like this rotated. I think what it does when you look at the amount of planting versus paving area, you actually, if you took that rotated west-facing doors and did move the stairway to the north or south of the building, you end up with now a nice green space, because you're going to have a duplex and an ADU. You got 3 different families potentially living there. It would be nice if in the front yard there, which is now planted, could be a yard for that ADU use. I mean, that's a nice green space, could be well buffered and really a great separate little yard that separates you from the duplex in the back, which has its own. It's got really 3 different yards: the front, the middle, and the rear. So in a way, I kind of like this, in that it kind of opens up 3 different green spaces for a multi-family living situation, which is kind of what you'd want. You don't want everybody commingling in the same area unless they're all family. So I think I like this idea. I like the idea, as John maybe had mentioned, if you could push that back even further by moving the stairs, and you could get the garage forward even further because of the pitch of that setback, and I think it'd all be nice. So I tend to support this one, and this would be the direction I would go.
Bill?
Yes, Claire?
I'm sorry, I know you closed public comment, but I've got a Mr. Anderson who's got his hand up here.
Okay, well, let's open public comment back real quick, and we'll let Mr. Anderson talk. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Nice. I'm Scott Anderson. I am the neighbor in the back. And our only concern would be that because these are Airbnb, that you're going to have 6 new people a week trying to navigate the area, which if they're all trying to use that same easement, it could present a problem for access and exit. So that's where our concern is that you're going to have all the people trying to park and probably hanging over that easement, like was mentioned earlier.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
And Bill, can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Kimberly, am I correct in remembering that stairways to the second unit can extend into the side yard setback 3 feet?
No,
Kimberly,
sorry.
do I remember that correctly?
Yes, there is a provision. I would have to recheck Article 2, but if I recall correctly, there's a provision that allows stairways to intrude into a side yard setback by 3 feet.
Okay, so
that's an easement, John.
Yeah, it's electric utility easement. That's not a side yard setback.
okay, and I'd like to ask a question of the board. I think that the problem that the neighbors have, which is a legitimate concern, is people parking in front of the garage. What if we turned that into a carport by not having garage doors on it? And so everybody will just naturally pull forward. Would that be acceptable to everybody?
Oh.
So to be an open lower level then, huh?
And so you just pull in. Who would not pull in that case?
Would you be open to doing the same thing, turning the building back?
No.
No, because that means all the rear ends of the cars are facing back out onto
right.
the road.
Right.
So would the boards be supportive of that idea, or do they feel that the garage doors are important? Please.
I don't think it solves the problem. People could pull into the garage and park behind the cars.
Yeah, I think that's a better, I mean, for me, I could go along with turning the building and then just not having garage doors on it. Yeah.
Or have the planning department enforce no parking in the side yard setback if that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a policing thing then.
Well, we can't.
Yeah, I know, we can't do all of it.
You know how carports would tend to collect storage, and so I would think that there would be the potential that wouldn't be a useful space with or without a door potentially. So you're still going to have cars in that front area. I would support doors hiding and going in and trying to reduce the car impact.
How about if the applicant were considered to reducing the overall size of the garage down to 3 rather than 4?
No, the planning department precluded. This lot requires 4 on-site parking spaces, but they're not required to be covered, so the garage is not required. If we build any kind of a garage, planning was very specific. You have to build a 4-car garage. We wanted a 3-car garage to begin with, but they said, no, it has to be 4.
So they all have to be covered, is what you're saying?
No.
Yeah,
Actually, if I could interject, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
In the coastal zone, parking does not have to be covered. So they are not required to provide a 4-car carport or 4-car garage. They simply have to have a sufficient parking on site for the duplex use.
Yeah, see, so that's why I'm saying, why are we struggling? The whole size of this whole thing is too big for this lot, and they don't need a 4-car garage. They don't need any garage. They can just park out front.
Well, no, Claire, I hear you. We know that. And we wanted a 3-car garage. So I hear what the planner is saying. All I'm saying is that from day one, when we started this project, they laid down the law. If that isn't correct, we're happy to look at a smaller garage, but we were told we couldn't do a smaller garage. So I'd like the planning department then to tell us we were wrong. You can do a smaller garage.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Yeah, please, John.
From what I understand, we could have 4 on-site parking in the location that was originally proposed a month or 2 ago, and a single-story accessory unit in the location that it now says new 2-story building, 4-car garage, that would not have a stair because it's on the ground. And it would, and therefore there would be more landscaping. It would not park going to the side yard easement. So Mr. Anderson should be pleased with that.
Yeah.
And I think the fire department does not need to access it. So we could have a very small gate up at the front of the property and we're done.
Well, now they can't park in the front
Yeah,
setback.
you can't, the 4 required parking spaces have to be outside of the front setback.
You can't.
Thank you. Sorry, my mistake.
That's okay. Okay, we're way ahead of you.
I think we should continue this project for continued study. I mean, I don't know.
Here's the deal. This is 4 months in a row that we're just continuing conceptual and we're doing what you're asking us to do. And we're still coming back 1 or 2 months later in conceptual. It doesn't seem fair to me.
Specific direction, not more study. We need definitive direction and definitive, this is what we like you to do. Can I
think you heard for the majority of the board prefers the scheme that's shown on the screen now, and you come back for preliminary based on this scheme and the comments.
Yeah.
And I'd suggest bringing an arborist report for that tree because I'm questioning whether that tree can be preserved in either of the schemes. So have somebody look at that so that's resolved, and then come back for preliminary.
Okay, I hear you on that. I just wanted to say about that tree, there's been several comments about moving the stairs to the second floor. That isn't going to work because then the 2-story building gets too close to that tree. Those stairs have to be between that tree and this building in this current configuration. So I just want to be clear, that's not going to be an option in a future study. The stairs have to be there. That gives us this breathing space we need from the branches of that pine tree. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good way to justify the stair there, but you need to, I would need an arborist to confirm that tree can be trimmed and preserved the way you're proposing.
You're also.
Yeah, we haven't studied that detail yet.
You're also.
Let me throw one more little loop in here. We should maybe look at having 2 cars come in from Danielson and 2 from the access road to give a little more variety, possibility of a little more juxtaposition of the rectangle and so forth. We should think, or they should think about that anyway, if it's even possible.
So Don, what you're saying is that if they come straight in from Danielson and it would be a 2-door garage.
Well, it's a double door. It's 1 door.
Yes.
And my other
That's what I'm
comment,
saying, and another single door coming off of the driveway easement.
And it doesn't have to be a rectangular box perfectly. You could.
No, it shouldn't be.
You can shift the second 2 bays further back because it's clearing the tree, or, I mean, that might be an option.
So one of the reasons for using this turn scheme is to have landscaping in the front, but with this 2 driveway access concept, now we don't have landscaping.
there's no landscaping and no courtyard for
Gained
anybody.
by having 2 different doors perpendicular to each other.
I agree with that. I wouldn't support 2 driveways.
Makes no sense to me.
I think the biggest, strongest push at this point from most of the board members is the orientation we're seeing in front of us right now.
Hey, Bill, let's give this applicant very clear direction. Let's do a roll call so that we all go on the record.
Okay, let's see all those who are in favor of this west-facing garage door option.
Aye.
Aye. I'm going with it. I'm going with the group here.
So Soren, that's pretty clear, yes?
All right, so we're going to go with this direction and we'll come back for preliminary.
Yep.
With an arborist report.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further details as you need.
Can I talk?
Yes, Sharon.
You want to do a correct roll call. I go through the names and each one says what they want. That's a roll.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so Tip Kung is absent. So Claire Gottstanker?
Yes.
A yay or nay?
Yes.
Sam Lucas?
Yay on the west facing door configuration.
Don Sharp,
Yay.
John Watson,
Yay, west facing door.
Bill Wolf,
Yay on the west facing.
Dave Mendro.
Yes, on the west facing.
Okay, it passes 6-0.
All right. Well, thank you then.
Thank you, Zoran. Thank you, Paul.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Item 9, 222 Butterfly Lane. Here for preliminary and final approval. Did we have meeting minutes from that one, Dave?
Yes, let me clear my screen here.
Let you gather your thoughts there.
David, thank you so much for your good work on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Keeping up with us. All right, consider simplifying fireplace design to match simple existing building details. Location acceptable, note on plans, a minimum 3-foot clearance between wall, fireplace, and existing hedge. Okay.
Michael, you're muted.
Michael, you there? Applicant online for.
Unmute. There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
good. So good afternoon. So we are here today to request preliminary and final review for the outdoor fireplace and site wall at 222 Butterfly Lane. When we were here before, there were some concerns on the board's part. We talked a lot about the location. We talked a lot about the existing tall pittosporum hedge and documenting that. And we talked a lot about then the actual physical and aesthetic appearance of the fireplace and of the wall. So we went back and looked at all that, and I did a little bit of additional work in terms of looking at the existing residence, both interior and exterior. And in talking with the owner, we simplified a number of the details. And again, I want to stress that that before our previous meeting, we had spent an inordinate amount of time very specifically laying this out so that it wouldn't affect the existing pittosporum hedge. So if you could zoom in, Dave, at sort of towards the spa there where the wall is, what you guys can see is basically.
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt? We went through this last time, Michael, and bought off on it.
Yeah.
I think the only thing we're looking at is the architectural detail on sheet 3.
Yeah, let's look.
Certainly. Okay. So we did put the dimensions on the hedge and things in the location. So, and in the sections of the, so basically broad brush, we put in, we wanted to show the sort of approximate height of how they've been trimming that hedge, so that you could kind of get an idea of the relationship between the structure and between to the hedge. But what we did is we actually went through and we simplified the detailing. We had the decorative urns on top, and we had some little cornice pieces and some expanded base pieces. And we actually really just simplified the whole thing. If you actually go back to the second sheet in the set, I added a couple of some additional photos of both the exterior and the interior of the house to kind of give you an idea, give you a sense of sort of the kind of architecture that you actually see. The inside of the house is actually very formal, but the exterior of the house is actually kept very simple massing with the slate roof, and then just simple plaster forms. But if you go to the photo on the lower right-hand corner, you can see that on the lower area so photo number 4, the lower area, the lower garage at the lower motor court actually there's some sandstone stairs that come down, and we have this sort of cut sandstone wall, real simple forms. Again, it doesn't have a base, doesn't have any sort of decorative cornice or anything like that. And so we looked at those sort of details that are already there. And so we went back, and if you go back to the elevation of the wall, we simplified it. We did the 2 pilasters at each end. We made them square. cleaned up the detailing. We actually dropped the little spillways a little bit, kind of just worked on the proportioning a little bit. And the fireplace design is sort of derivative of their interior fireplace, which I did include a picture of, but instead of having sort of this sort of arched top to it, it has a flat lintel across the top. And so with that, we really simplified everything. We think that it's a lot cleaner, a little bit less fussy, and it would be, so the color of the plaster will match the house, and the sandstone will match what you already see on the house, and we think it'll be a nice addition to their site.
All right.
And with that, I yield back to the board.
All right, thank you. Questions? Anybody have any questions? John, do you have any questions?
I do have a question. Would anybody mind if I made a motion?
No.
No. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, we have to have public comment.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item 9?
No.
Butterfly Lane?
No.
Okay, close public comment.
I would like to make a motion for preliminary and final approval with the applicant to specify that the rock shall match the existing rock on the exterior, on the site of this property.
And the paint color shall match the building.
Well, he has that called out. He did not have the rock called out.
Okay, all right. Okay, do I have a second for that?
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, opposed?
Thank you, Michael.
Motion carried.
Thank you much.
All righty.
Yep. Good afternoon.
Last item 10, 1671 San Leandro. Do we have the applicant online? Please give us your name and occupation.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, let me read. Sorry, excuse me. Nice project, modest addition. Consider modifying garage roof to match character of residence. Depict existing and proposed landscaping on plans. Study window proportions to ensure architecture is true to the desired style. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon. We're excited to kind of focus in on these remaining pieces. So why don't we start, if you could look at the...
Excuse me, 1 second, Bill. Just
read that.
bringing up the planner.
Okay.
They provided this note before we get started.
Let me read this real quick. A phase 1 historic resources techno report prepared by Jay Chandler determined that the existing residents in Carport are not eligible for listing as a historic resource under County of Santa Barbara criteria, and that the proposed project would not result in a significant impact to a historic resource. All right, thank you. Go ahead. Continue.
No problem. And just a quick reminder, the historic report did talk about alluding to a Vienna secession style, but it had gone through some alterations in the 70s and 80s that certainly butchered part of that with some neoclassicism and some neo-mission-esque type elements. So the first thing we'd like to talk about, if you bring up the site plan, we would like to discuss the carport and the adjacent shed. That actually, is that the correct sheet? Actually, Stefan, is there another, is there a sheet?
A03 would be better.
Okay. Is this a, do you know the
that'll work right there.
Okay, let me get back.
Yeah. So the shed and carport are shown with the Spanish tile roof on the top of the sheet.
Ultimately, those pieces of the property were not permitted. So therefore, our strategy moving forward, we've worked closely with Paige in planning, is to actually remove the roof structure and leave the existing walls that are actually below 6 feet in height, which is all per planning guidelines. Fundamentally, we wanted to get rid of this roof or alter it because you can see the Spanish tile doesn't align with the architectural language of the Vienna secession, as well as the sunroom, which is in the middle of the H massing configuration on site. So so that's how we're dealing with that specific area of the carport. We would like eventually, after moving forward, is to get a variance down the line to put some kind of coverage over the area, because we feel like there's an opportunity once again to tie in the architectural language to ensure there's a seamless connection between the roof lines. The next point that was brought up suggests we wanted to dig into the landscaping a little more and be a little more specific on that.
This sheet is actually currently showing all the existing landscape and several trees to be removed along San Leandro Lane after we received an arborist report saying that some of the cedars are dead. This won't affect any of the screening at all. If you go down, I believe one more page, or sorry, two more pages. Let me annotate here. So this sheet here will show the front yard and the call out for several of the trees being removed, and then one loquat in the back of the house that is actually dead as well. So we're just cleaning things up, making sure that they don't affect the power lines or anything like that as well. If you scroll down one more page, we're showing the proposed landscape and how we're focusing on just the new work at the rear of the house. The existing landscaping in the front of the house suffices for now and is actually fairly nice. The back really ties in and provides screening around the architectural elements that we're introducing into the house with the pool, the raised planter beds, and the new outdoor kitchen. As well as we're screening around the pool equipment, and along Pomar Lane, we're including new ficus natinda hedges to provide screening from the two-story residence across the street. So this fairly fills in the landscaping portion, as well as the tile patio outside of the kitchen. If you scroll down, you have landscaping plans 2 pages down. This calls out all the plants that are all within the Montecito style.
There's the lighting plan too.
Yeah,
Oh, did I
the
go
lighting.
too far?
We can go back one more just really quickly. So this is just calling out every single plant. And we worked with Scott Menzel, landscape architect, to develop this landscape plan. He specified all the plants to get us to this point. Further down is the landscape plan, the landscape lighting plan, and illustrating all of the bollard lighting around the property. Everything is dark sky compliant. I don't know if you have our cut sheets that we have specified in the corner, everything that we're using. It's just 3 different lights, very simple. Everything is down lighting, low voltage. So
You don't have the fixture now?
the fixture's called out. We supplied our planner with the cut sheets. I thought they would have made it in here.
Were they separate or in the plans?
They were separate, as well as our material board was also separate, supplied in our conceptual
This one,
review.
let's see. No.
No, it's
Members
not.
of the board, I did review these earlier. Where I am willing to go, if the other members are, is preliminary, but I do not feel that this set is ready for final.
Yeah,
So my recommendation would be, let's review this for preliminary and probably have it go to consent for final. So do with that comment as you wish, but I think that's where we are with this project.
yeah, I didn't see details.
And then we worked on the exterior elevations to address the comments for the window fenestration.
Yeah,
Are they further down on the set?
Yes,
See the other, yeah.
they
Yeah,
start on A2.1.
yeah. So one of the
Do you know which PDF page that is?
Not
Or,
off the top of my
actually,
head.
okay. Well,
Demo exterior elevations there.
We don't have any more, Louis.
They start on page 21.
21?
Yeah.
And yeah, there we go. So can I address some of the elevations here? We're very careful and rigorous in the proportional systems based on the historic report of the alluding to Vienna succession elements. So a lot of the mullion types and the proportions across the board on each elevation tie into that. So there's a consistency across the board. We've also taken consistency in, if you move to the next elevation, on the front portico as well, the next elevation.
That's actually, sorry, it's one up.
It's one
two up now.
Pardon?
It's 2 pages up now, the entrance of the house.
Maybe here?
Right there,
There you
yes.
So if you, the lower elevation, north elevation, you can see the stone portico that we're introducing to bring clarity to the entry point. We're also doing a black aluminum detailing screen on either side, which is flanking, which also is represented in the language of the new gates that have been installed. And we've been very careful to ensure we're following the guidelines of that style. So in some respects, we're simplifying, we're pulling back some of the elements, and we're kind of reintroducing a language and a pattern that aligns to the kind of historic sensitivity of what that alludes to by sort of enhancing the whole as it were. And if you continue down to the bottom page, to the next, keep on going to the gates, you can get a sense of the same language being used in the gates. We've got the sandstone crisp detailing of the pilasters on either side. And then we have a very thin horizontal and vertical language, which comes from the Austrian style, first introduced. It was kind of a precursor to modernism that follows those lines. And we feel like it complements the entry and the procession through the entire property. From the kind of more formalized entry to the more informal rear with the introduction of the pool.
Keep going, or is there any more drawings?
That conclude your
there is one more just on the outdoor kitchen, just something that wasn't presented during conceptual review. Just a few elevations of it. Everything, all site work, all the exterior kitchen elevations, every new piece of siding will be basically the same finish as the house with the integral stucco color, which was supplied in our material color finish board.
It is unclear from this and that whether or not that kitchen has a roof on it.
It does. It's open to 4 sides.
But it has a roof.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, we're actually in the main courtyard. You can see the elements of the trellis design here. I'm kind of circling in green. That's a specific operable system we're developing, so you can control because it is south facing. Of course, you can control different times of the year, the light coming through the space. So that becomes kind of the core kind of nucleus of the new design. Mm-hmm. That language is continuing into the roof of the outdoor kitchen as well, all the way down.
If you go to page 16 really quick, it shows the site plan with that trellis overhang over the pool, as well as the outdoor kitchen roof. Right there. Oops.
Sorry. This file is pretty cumbersome.
Yeah. And this shows the site as a whole with the proposed landscaping as well.
And there's also a shower room. Does that have a roof, please?
The outdoor shower does not.
So you can see there's a strong sort of formality in the language, both in the landscaping and the architecture. On the front of the H, facing north, and then facing south, then conceptually was the whole idea to really bring consistency and fluidity and flow in the back. And obviously with the pool and the social areas in the back, there's a shift to informality in the rear space, which is much more private.
All right, thank you. Does that include your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Great, let's go to questions. Did anybody have any questions of the applicant? John Watson, did you have any questions?
David, would you please go to the FAR sheet, please?
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I can.
It's 137, as I recall.
Correct.
And it does not include the kitchen.
No.
Which is a detached accessory structure, which is it less than 496 square feet?
Yes.
Okay, very good. That's And do you have inspirational images for some of the elements like the gates and trellises and things like that?
Not submitted to MBAR currently.
Okay, and are there any, okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, John. Claire, do you have any questions? Claire, you there?
No.
Okay, all right. Sam, any questions?
Yeah, it was hard to tell, and I didn't review the drawing ahead of time. I apologize. The gate material on the interior inlay, it looks like you have a U-shaped frame. What is that?
So we were going
material?
to use aluminum for that, powder coated aluminum structure, because just not only for its lightweight quality, but also for the design intent of creating that pattern that echoes the sentiment of the Austrian style at the time. And it's also kind of resonant to some degree because aluminum was actually used for the first time in that type of exterior application in the 20s, turn of the century.
Does it have any openings, or is it solid?
Yes. So it's not solid. We want to retain. It's more of a thin system, so it's like a 3-inch wide, 1/4-inch thin system. So the visibility is through. It's not. The clients didn't want a full solid door. They wanted some engagement there, and and the idea of using the fin system is that as you walk past it, you do get clarity through it, but just in the perspective as you walk through it. So there's still this porous element of light and a visual entity that comes through.
And that metal relates to other metals, say your trellis or your kitchen structures?
Yeah, specifically the portico, the entry portico on both sides of that. We're cladding the entry portico. That would be the elevation.
There's 2.4 right there.
2.4.
Oh, sorry. No, it's a 2.1. It's a couple pages up.
Okay, and then another question. It looks like the trellis over the kitchen. Does it relate to the main trellis at all in terms of overhangs? Notice the main trellis has overhangs, and it looks like
the solid roof.
The pool trellis is clipped, no corners, no overhang.
It's solid. So the over the kitchen, over the core area, we have obviously the filtered light and the operable element, and then over the kitchen, outdoor kitchen, then it's solid element. And then the portico, as I was just referring to in the lower elevation here, you're just walking through this threshold into we're calling the moon garden. And then you can see, if you zoomed in left or right of the portico, that's actually the same aluminum screening device on both sides of that. And again, that echoes the same sentiment of the language of the time. So we're really kind of trying to tie in that language and create a cohesive architectural intervention.
Great. And then I may have missed it, but did you find a color board or your material scheme, Dave? Did you guys present that? I know you mentioned it, but I don't remember seeing it.
Not in the file, yeah.
No, it was submitted to our planner, and I thought it would have made it in here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Let me check that. I'm not seeing it. I see a historic report.
Yeah, we had a specific sheet on that with color and paint color.
As well as light fixtures and other things.
Yeah, I guess that's what I feel like is missing. I thought I did not see it. So thank you. That's it, Bill.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
One question. Can you go to the site plan, please?
That is on page 16.
So this
page 16.
16? Okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
That's the existing.
What is the dashed line on the right-hand side? Is that a setback line or?
Yes.
And are those two cars parked there?
Yes.
Are you going to remove the paving that allows cars to park in that front yard setback?
That is currently a pea gravel, and we're going to leave that.
That's all.
Yeah, and let cars park on it.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Is that it, Don?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
I do not, Bill. Thanks.
And I already asked you, Claire, right? You didn't have anything?
you doing?
Yeah, no, I said, thought I said, I think I said no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just to be clear on the materiality, since we haven't got this board, you know, we're keeping it very simple. We're using the local sandstone and different measures on the flooring, on the exterior. We're obviously playing with a very light off-white for the stucco walls throughout. And then obviously we're looking at the aluminum black powder coated element and concrete at the rear as well. So it's a neutral palette, the landscaping. We're designing the back really to offset that and contrast that with a lush palette.
Dave, could you go to the exterior elevations there? Again, the new ones down at the other end of the set.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is this it?
Front or
No,
anyway.
it's a little too far.
Too far? Okay.
Yeah.
Not
Yep.
here.
So since I may have missed the first meeting or something on this when we first reviewed it, the most of it is existing. I'm seeing here. You're trying to match what's there, and you're adding steel sash windows and doors. Is that correct?
They're aluminum clad windows and doors.
Aluminum clad. Okay, and the cornice and the moldings and the details of the roof line are pretty much to match. Are those?
Oh yeah, we're going to restore as much as possible.
That's existing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that was. And then, did you do a FAR study?
We did not. We weren't required.
Okay. Did we not ask for that? I mean, we're 137.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
We did not, because they were not increasing the primary residence, which is why I asked about both the shower and the kitchen, but the shower is not covered, so it's not included, and the kitchen is, but it's less than the detached allowance, and therefore it will not affect the FAR.
We actually removed square footage. We removed the sunroom, which was really an eyesore in the core area, and we cleaned that up. So that was part of it would have been more than 137.
You should include all of that information on the worksheet, please.
Yeah,
I believe it has been.
Right. All right. That's all I had for questions. Let's open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 10? 1671 San Leandro. Anybody?
No.
Nobody. Okay, close public comment. We'll go to members of the board. John Watson, what do you think?
Do you want me to try that same approach again, everybody, or not?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you first.
Okay. They use me this way. Okay.
You are a tool.
Yeah, I'm a tool. I'm not a member, I'm a tool. Okay, these are my following comments. This is clearly ready for preliminary, but nowhere near final. Final approval is going to require detailing everything. Assume that you're not here, you hand the drawings to somebody, and it will come out exactly the way you want it built. So please specify all materials, all connections, all spacings on trellises, all window details, landscape lighting, WELO calculations, etc. And at the full board. So I would move for preliminary approval with the applicant to return to the full board with a full set of drawings for both the architecture and the landscape architecture.
I'll second that.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. So you got preliminary return to full board on final.
And I will move to adjourn the meeting, please.
All right. You have a
Second.
Seconded by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Bill and Dave.
All right.
Good evening,
job.
everyone.
Gentlemen.
Okay.
Have a good evening. Talk to you soon.